Good morning, everyone. We are on the record in case number 2025-0045. I hear people asking for me to turn it up, but I don't have the ability, I don't think, to, I could yell, but, yeah, I can't talk a whole lot louder. All right, we're on the record. Case number 2025-00045. Electronic application of Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric Company for certificates of public convenience and necessity and site compatibility certificates. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today are Commissioners Mary Pat Regan and Andrew Wood. For those in the hearing room, please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. We also have some people participating remotely, so I'm going to go through some rules about how to make that as conducive as possible. For those of you who are participating remotely, please mute your microphone and turn off your video if you're not speaking. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, turn off the computer audio. If you're in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. And please alert the Commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. At this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel, and I also request that each party's counsel identify their witnesses at this time. For the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Duncan Crosby, my colleagues Lindsay Ingram and Mary Ellen Wimberly on behalf of Stolking and Ogden on behalf of the applicants LG and KU. Also with us today are Allison Sturgeon, Vice President, Deputy General Counsel, and Sarah Judd, Senior Counsel.
Good morning.
Oh, and our witnesses.
Yeah,
before I forget,
witnesses.
thank you. We will have Lonnie Beller, John Bevington, Stuart Wilson, Tim Jones, Charles Schramm, David Tummins, Philip Imber, Lana Isaacson, Christopher Garrett, Andrea Fackler, and Robert Conroy. And Your Honor, barring the unforeseen, we plan to call those folks in that order.
Okay.
Thank you.
For the Attorney General's office.
Mike West for the Attorney General's office, and our witnesses are available virtually. It appears Leah Wellborn and Wayne Cowell.
Okay. In that order.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Or they're jointly sponsored with KIUC as well.
Okay. And for the KIUC.
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz, Jody Kyler-Cohn for KIUC.
And for Kentucky Coal Association.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matt Malone for the Kentucky Coal Association, and our witness, Emily Medine, is virtually available as well.
For Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Good morning, Chair Hatton, David Spinard, and Randy Strobo on behalf of the Southern Renewable Energy Association. Our witness, Benjamin W. Smith, will be here on the second.
Okay. For Louisville Jefferson County Metro Government and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government.
Your Honor, Jim Gardner, Rebecca Price, and Kate Bailey is served for Turner for Lexington, Urban County Government, and Louisville Metro. We have no objection to the settlement, and we do not have any witnesses.
Okay. Not a good sign. I'm already down one pen. All right. And for Sierra Club.
Morning, Your Honor. Joe Childers. We have Sierra Club. I have with me Nathaniel Shove, Tony Mendoza.
And Your Honor, we'll have three witnesses that will appear virtually: Jeremy Fisher, Chelsea Hoagling, and Stacy Sherwood.
Okay. For Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Mountain Association, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition, the joint interveners.
Morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of the joint interveners. With me as co-counsel today are Cassandra McRae, Jacob Elkin, and Gilbert Zelaya. We have four witnesses: Sean O'Leary, John Childs, Dr. Elizabeth Stanton, and Andy Iden. We have a pending motion to allow two of those to appear virtually that we can discuss when we get to that point.
Okay. And for Commission staff?
For commission staff, we have Ashley Hatcher, Jurgens Von Sale, and Mariah Tussey.
Okay, good morning. So I'm going to have public comment before we go into all these motions, since we have numerous motions, unless anyone objects. I think all the folks who traveled here this morning would appreciate getting their opportunity to speak in case they can't stay, because we have several preliminary motions that we'll come back and deal with. All right. I'll try to speak up for those who are having a little trouble hearing me. This is the public comment portion. Anyone wishing to provide public comments may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. Let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. And staff, I understand we've received 3.
Yes, we have 3
Requests.
virtual public comments, and I think we have in-person public comments.
Okay. And I'm guessing we have some in-person public comments as well. So I'll take the 3 online, and then one at a time, we'll come forward up here to this microphone and give public comment one at a time. I'm going to limit it to 7 minutes each, which is our normal length. I'm not shortening it because I feel like you guys drove all the way here. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. So even though there's a lot of us, we're going to leave it at 7 minutes, which is the normal. And since I don't have necessarily a sign-in sheet other than for online, we're going to do it orderly, first come, first serve at the microphone. And if there's anyone who has a reason to need to go early, or a small child, or a health appointment or anything like that, just sort of make your way right after the public comments and come up first, right after the virtual public comments. So the first person I have listed to give a virtual comment is Kara Cooper.
I'm here in person.
Oh, you came in person?
Yeah.
I thought that was you. Okay. So if you will come forward, tell us your name and address, and then I'll start the timer for 7 minutes.
Bobby's gonna help and you're gonna help? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, well, that's okay. Do you wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? You wanna introduce yourself? No? Okay, I'll go first. Okay. Hi, y'all. I'm Kara Cooper. I live at 808 Oak Hill Drive in Lexington. 40505. Today I'm going to give a comment on behalf of Kentuckians for Energy Democracy. Hey, maybe? Yeah. Let me do my comment, okay? Or you got to sit on somebody else's lap. You want to sit with somebody? Thanks, y'all. I appreciate your grace. Kentuckians for Energy Democracy is a statewide coalition of organizations working across a variety of issues, including affordable housing, families and children, the environment, climate, poverty, and economic development. In this CPCN, the companies are asking Kentuckians to foot the bill for $3.7 billion in new infrastructure build-out for data centers that do not exist yet. Do not have any tenants, and they never exist. Yeah, you next. Okay, on me first? You next. Or honey, you're gonna sit down there. Thank you.
Mimi.
If these data centers do not I'm sorry. Go sit down. Okay, we'll leave the kids at home next time. No childcare on Monday, so. If these data centers do not materialize or pull out like the Oldham County Data Center, Kentuckians are left with the bill. Kentuckians need electric utilities which prioritize affordable energy, energy efficiency, distributed generation, and grid resiliency. Unfortunately, with the existing business model is oftentimes at odds with those needs. That's why we rely on the Public Service Commission to ensure that our utilities are headed in the right direction and making choices that are best for customers.
Poo-poo.
Cooper, honey. This is a serious situation. That's why we rely on the Public Service Commission to ensure that our utilities are headed in the right direction and making the choices that are best for customers and our energy system, both now and in the long term. Kentuckians already face skyrocketing energy costs, inequitable access to energy, polluting and aging fossil fuel infrastructure, and climate-induced extreme weather, all harming our communities and straining our outdated systems. According to the most recent Powerless in the U.S. report, disconnections for non-payment exploded by 228% in the first 10 months of 2022, as contrasted by a national average increase of 29%. Kentucky is one of the top 10 states with the most utility shutoffs, with KU-LG&E being one of the worst offenders in the country. Since July of 2021, LG&E has disconnected more than 121,000 electric customers and 3,400 gas customers for non-payment. Some of these households were disconnected for arrearages as low as $75. Kentucky's families and small businesses can't afford to foot the bill for new investments to serve extractive industries that bring actual harm to local communities despite promises of economic development. One needs to look no further than Virginia to see the potential impacts of unconstrained demand brought on by regulatory and policy failures. It's not your turn, but you can hold it for me. You want to hold it for me?
Can I hold it?
Yeah. Impacts on electric bills. In Virginia, Dominion Energy projects that residential electric bills will rise an average of $142.77 today to $315.25 by 2039, primarily due to data center sector's growing energy needs. Virginians are subsidizing the world's internet, cloud services, and artificial intelligence applications and paying for the infrastructure and energy that serve global corporations while reaping few local benefits. Across PJM territory, 62% of all planned transmission projects before 2031 service data centers, costing $2.4 billion, a burden that will fall on ratepayers' monthly electric bills. Almost done. Impacts on water. A single large data center can consume 5 million gallons of water per day, enough to supply 50,000 people, impacting local water sources and often operating without disclosing its consumption, highlighting the industry's ongoing lack of transparency. Loudoun County's data centers alone use over 1 billion gallons of water in 2023. Across Virginia, data centers consumed over 2.1 billion gallons of water in 2023. Demand for energy. More than half of all U.S. data center energy consumption occurs in Virginia. If unconstrained growth continues, energy demand will be well over 60 gigawatts of power for data centers, the equivalent of 68 massive coal plants. The landscape keeps changing under our feet as clean energy investments are now cheaper, more resilient, and create more local jobs than new fossil fuel plants that are almost certain to become stranded assets. The good news is that rooftop solar, energy efficiency programs, and virtual power plants virtual power plants can still offer a low-cost transition to energy systems that we all need. That's why we are staunchly opposed to costly and risky investments in new technologies of the past to serve large loads that do not and may not ever exist, and that Kentuckians certainly didn't ask for. Instead, our utility companies should be proposing investments that will lower bills for customers and bolster community resilience in the face of increased extreme weather events. When asked during the company's recent IRP hearing, 2024-00326, without data center growth, it would not only make no sense to build generation, it would make sense to potentially retire some existing generation. Lonnie Beller, Executive Vice President of Engineering, Construction, and Generation for PPL replied, "I would definitely agree with your first part." Kentucky statute requires that the PSC to apply a fair, just, and reasonable standard when making decisions. But our current fossil fuel-based energy system has resulted in human... You're going to need to sit down. Just wait your turn, okay?
That's your time, but I'm adding a minute, okay?
Thank you, but and I'll send it to you written, because I'm sure that it's hard to follow. But our current fossil fuel-based energy system has resulted in human and financial costs that are neither fair, just, nor reasonable. When the need for new generation investments are not clearly proven and alternative investments are available that lower energy bills and reduce costly harm, then further investment in fossil fuels is not acceptable. For these reasons, we ask the PSC to deny the company's request to build new gas generation plants. Require the company to fully and fairly evaluate cheaper, cleaner, and more resilient options for meeting future power needs, including demand-side management and energy efficiency programs, virtual power plants, rooftop and community solar programs, and battery storage programs. Require the companies to file a large load tariff that incorporates best practices to protect ratepayers from paying for investments that don't serve their electricity needs directly, that serve proposed loads that may not materialize at all, or that serve businesses that might fail before the investments can be recovered, before they can apply for a CPCN for such investment. Require utilities to go back to the drawing board with their DSM and energy efficiency programs, as the proposed programs do not meet Kentucky's needs for energy conservation or the needs of low and moderate income ratepayers, and do not fully leverage the important role of DSM and energy efficiency in meeting capacity needs. Require the companies to study whether they can serve customers more affordably and reliably by joining PJM or another ISO. Require public hearings in Frankfurt and in local communities that will be affected by the proposed investments. In conclusion, we urge the PSC to consider the average Kentuckian. An average Kentuckian making minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, would have to work 19 and a half hours to pay for one typical LG&E energy bill, on top of childcare, food, medicine, and housing. If this CPCN is approved, this Kentuckian will have to carry the burden of additional rate increases and pollution from gas plants to serve data centers that do not yet exist. We urge you to think of your neighbors who are struggling to pay their electric bills, who may soon no longer have access to LIHEAP funds. We ask that you request that companies consider ratepayer protections, demand-side management, virtual power plants, and other methods before saddling hardworking Kentuckians with a $3.7 billion bill for potential data centers that will not benefit them in the slightest. Failure to fully and equitably embrace these solutions is not fair, just, or reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do not say poo-poo. Say one thing and then let's put it up because it's somebody else's turn. Say thank you for your time. You say thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving back to the online comments now. The other two that we had signed up, first, Councilwoman Tammy Hawkins from Louisville. Oh, you're also in person.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. This process is moving too quickly. We need protection in place before new gas plants are approved, including an agreement that data center customers will cover the cost of new generation over the full 40 years lifespan of the natural gas plants. These gas plants should not be approved before there is clarity that ratepayers will not be stuck paying for new generation that we don't need. We need health impacts and environmental impact studies. Our communities cannot afford the health and environmental impacts of new gas plants. To our knowledge, there has been no health impact studies or environmental impact studies conducted on either the proposed gas plants or the proposed data center. Natural gas plants are not the right choice to meet future energy needs. We need our utilities to look at the full range of energy options when making decisions about what type of new generation we would choose to power our future. This includes energy efficiency and new technologies that reduce demand. Our climate and health demands that we choose energy source that do not rely on fossil fuels, energy efficiency, solar and battery storage, are all cheaper, safer, and more reliable than natural gas. Natural gas has balanced prices. Not only will ratepayers cover the cost of building gas plants, we are also stuck paying the ongoing and often fluctuating price of gas fuel. Lastly, we do not want our most vulnerable population, meaning lower income residents, senior residents, to be affected by increases in LG&E, MSD, Louisville water tax rates as the result of any development. We also want to ensure pollutant in air is not hazardous to our local residents' health. It's also important to always listen to the community's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. No. I'm going to apologize in advance for the pronunciation, but Ellen Guzio, please correct me if that's the incorrect pronunciation. And
It's Gazelle.
all right, and we can hear you just fine in the courtroom. Tell us your
Great.
name and address, and then I'll start your 7 minutes.
Awesome. It is Ellen Gazelle, 1663 L'Esprit Parkway in LaGrange, Kentucky. Right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so LG&E tells its customers currently that we work for you and we're doing our best. Our energy grid is already struggling. Our power flickers at home more frequently. Outages happen more frequently and last longer. LG&E already asks its customers to monitor their electricity usage, to be mindful of their temperature settings during these hot days of summer. They're getting hotter. Has anybody noticed? Are they asking for responsible expansion to service their public better? No, they're falling all over themselves to expand exponentially to accommodate potential data centers that don't exist quite yet, but they're coming, maybe here, maybe not. Expansion plans based on fossil fuels, even though countless scientists have told us we need to pivot to greener options and quickly. Never mind the detrimental financial, health, environmental impacts on communities now and for many years to come. I ask the board to please continue to prioritize public service and safety over this potential, I don't even know what the word is, disaster. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that was the last of the public comments that was arranged in advance for online. And so we'll move in an orderly fashion. Just come to the mic one at a time. I'll just remind everyone, emotions are high. We're all going to be respectful and give everyone an opportunity to speak. Don't talk over one another, and we'll proceed in an orderly manner. Ma'am, please tell us your full name and address, and then I'll start your 7 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Felicia Newman, and I am at 1535 West Broadway in Louisville, Kentucky, 40203. I'm speaking on behalf of the Louisville Urban League. I am the director for Justice and Policy Initiatives. What I wanted to say today was more about the idea that corporations need any type of subsidy from the public. I believe one of the best things that I think could describe this is that in this country, rugged individualism is for us, the individuals, but socialism is for the corporations. They get to subsidize all their profits from us, from the consumers and the residents of this state, while they get to offload all their bad assets to the state as well. So they get to keep the profits, but we get to get whatever we get from them. Ratepayers should not have to pay for the infrastructure building of a billion-dollar company. They should always have to pay for their own infrastructure building. 16% of the Louisville residents cannot afford their energy bills. okay? And the Louisville Urban League has been one of the agencies that help residents meet these needs. To the end of the year, we have the LEAP fund that's through the federal government to help people, but after this year, that will be eliminated. It will be eliminated because the federal government has decided that's not an important task for the federal government to help people who are in need, who need to pay their energy bills. There is no unprecedented economic growth without these data centers. These data centers are coming all over the country, and municipalities are paying for that instead of the people who are building the data centers and people who are filling the data centers. That infrastructure cost should be on them, not the consumer. I'm speaking today for the residents of Kentucky and the residents of Louisville who cannot afford any rate increases. They are already struggling with minimum wage jobs, healthcare debt, healthcare costs, daycare costs, rising rents, and that is not one more thing to rise could break the system. The bottom line is we need to confirm how many data centers are actually coming and what their actual energy demand is. We need to, if the data centers are built, we should ensure that most, if not all, energy serving the data center is renewable. And most important of all, we cannot allow LG&E KU to recover costs through rate increases for residential rate payers. Data centers and billion-dollar tech companies should have to pay for their own generation and transmission of energy if they are built here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, name and address.
I'm Jeanette Sofel. Can you hear me? I'm Jeanette Sofel from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm just an average citizen, and I'm representing really not just myself, but those little children who were just here. We're looking toward the future. And I commend the utility companies for looking ahead to the possibility of these AI data centers. But I challenge them to look further ahead or sooner ahead to realize what's happening to our climate. And Kentucky is already behind in the terms of how much how much energy we get from sustainables. And I'm just dismayed that we're still looking at building new fossil fuel plants. And also, we haven't mentioned it, I don't think yet, to extend the life of a coal-powered plant. We all know the coal pollution and how it affects our health. So I'll just close by saying that we can't afford this, the taxpayers can't, the ratepayers can't afford this. And also, we have to think about the environment, about the climate change ahead of us. And we have to think of the future generations. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to go first in public comment. I'd like to offer my my name is Henry Jackson, 1000 Rain Court, Lexington. I'd like to offer my comments in the form of an op-ed that I wrote recently for the Herald Leader, and here's a copy that I'll give the staff. In a nutshell, the article recommends a more effective energy strategy than proposed. At first, that the utilities greatly expand customer energy efficiency incentives. Second, that they renew the multiple solar power agreements they canceled in the past year. And lastly, that they require the data centers to use on-site renewable energy and proportional battery capacity, including flexible load tariffs to ramp down demand at times of peak load to protect customers from blackouts during heat waves. But my larger comment is that I'm unable to find the PSC position on the climate crisis. If I'm correct, and there's no official position as yet, I'd like to suggest a simple risk assessment. Based on whatever you know about the situation, what do you think is the chance that climate change will become increasingly more severe? 5%, 10%, 25%? If you think the chance is 0, end of discussion. However, Pardon me. However, if you think there's some chance of it happening, even a small one, is it worth the risk to not at least examine our potential vulnerabilities and how to best address the situation within the span of PSC authority? The younger you are, the more you have at stake. But rest assured that for our children and grandchildren, the stakes couldn't be higher. Thank you.
Do you need some help with that microphone?
I don't have the hand strength to raise it, but I think it's working, so we can just leave it. My name is Deborah Girth. I live at 461 Silver Maple Way in Lexington, Kentucky, 40508. As a homeowner and ratepayer in Lexington, I'm very concerned about the quality of planning in this case. KU customers are being asked to pay for 2 large gas plants because AI is all the rage right now, and we might need that power for data centers that might be built to support the development of AI. The reasoning this planning is based on is nicely supportive for the large interests that will profit from designing, engineering, constructing, and maintaining these plants. But the reasoning is wildly harmful to KU's ratepayers. I feel a bit like the boy in the story who noticed the emperor had no clothes on. How could any average ratepayer even think this was a good idea? I am being asked to pay for power generation construction that may not be needed at all, so that large corporations can build out a technology that will take away the jobs my children and grandchildren need. These tech interests want not only to profit at the expense of Kentucky's future workers, but to get Kentucky's current workforce to pay for those profits. As a ratepayer, I wonder why the developers of data centers can't be expected to pay for their own new power generation. And if the data centers never come and the new gas plants become stranded assets, KU will be in my pocket again looking for funds to dismantle them. The plan behind this rate case is socializing all the financial, environmental, and social risks to guarantee the private profits of KU, tech moguls, and engineering and construction corporations. As commissioners, your job is to balance all these interests fairly. I contend that this rate case is not fair to average customers and residents of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Please protect us from bad planning, lazy logic, and KU's inability to get itself unstuck from its 50-year-old business model. Please send KU and LGE back to the drawing board to develop and negotiate a fair plan. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you.
I'll just see if this works. All right, am I clear?
It was a little clearer before. Try it again.
Hold it away from me. Is that better?
That is better.
Good, thank you. I am Margaret Stewart, 2110 Lauderdale Road, Louisville, Kentucky. I have a confession. I am afraid. Afraid we're on the edge of disaster, a disaster of our own making. What, I have been wondering, can I possibly say today that might make a difference? What could I say that might prevent the construction of a new gas-fired power plant or the extension of the life of an old coal plant. Why, I wonder, are we even considering investment in new fossil fuel infrastructure when we need to be disengaging from fossil fuels as rapidly as possible? Fossil fuels are our past, not our future, not if we want a livable planet. When Jesus was crucified on the cross, he looked down and said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." But we here today cannot say to God or to our children and our grandchildren, "Forgive us," because we do not know what we did not know what we were doing. We know fires, floods, droughts, heat waves, all are more frequent and severe as we continue to burn fossil fuels. We have no right to ask forgiveness. We are fossil fools who are digging our own graves. What will it take to bring us to our senses? I appeal to you, the Public Service Commission. Always put public interest first. You are not the Private Service Commission, here to do the bidding of private for-profit entities, be they utility companies or private enterprises such as data centers. If data centers want to come to Kentucky, then let them come so long as they supply their own power. They can install solar panels or use geothermal and hydro and add battery storage. Do whatever it takes at their expense without burdening us ordinary ratepayers with increased charges for new fossil fuel infrastructure. If the public does not share the profit, why should we bear the expense? And, by the way, if companies generate their own power on site, we'll have fewer miles of massive transition lines slicing across our landscape. Think of that. When you ask the key question, what is in the public's interest, I submit that renewable energy wins out over fossil fuels every time if you consider 3 Ps: people, planet, and price. Renewables are better for people. No particulate matter from burning coal, particulate matter that contributes to COPD, asthma, and so forth. No gas that can potentially cause gas explosions or carbon monoxide poisoning. No mercury discharged into the air and water, and so forth. Renewables are better for the planet. They don't accelerate global warming. And price. Renewables are almost always cheaper. Think of this, you cannot put a meter on the sun to charge for the sun's energy, and it is boundless. Plus, renewables cause fewer disasters that endanger lives and cost billions of dollars in reconstruction after devastating destruction. So, I say to you, the public, not the private service commissioners, it is not in the public interest to install new fossil fuel infrastructure. I urge you, refuse to add more fossil fuels to the climate fire. Hold on to a better vision for tomorrow. Make a better choice today for better tomorrows for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gary, for the tech assistance.
How's that? Is that good? Okay. I'm Sam Avery from Upton, Kentucky, 42784. And I am part of the Renewable Energy Alliance of Louisville. Today, I speak for a special interest. I speak for the forests, the oceans, the deserts, the atmosphere, for the plants, animals, and people of the earth. I am biased in favor of this interest as we consider an energy supply for the human community. Burning fossil fuel to make electricity is what our utility companies do. And they're good at it. It's their thing. They have the personnel, they have the know-how, they have the infrastructure to keep doing what they've always done. And I, for one, am thankful for the comfort and convenience they have provided in the past. But there's one thing they don't have, and that is reality. Reality no longer includes the burning of fossil fuel. Now, it may look from the everyday level like we still have cool evenings, we still have clear skies. There are months and years between violent weather events. But the new reality is that there is now 51% more carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere than there used to be before we started burning fossil fuels. And that's important to know because it's carbon dioxide in the atmosphere which causes something that is fairly new to our worldview. And that is a more ominous sounding event. Now, I'm not speaking here of tornadoes and hurricanes and floods and wildfires. I'm speaking of more intensive hurricanes and tornadoes and floods and wildfires, because that's what the carbon dioxide does. It puts the weather on steroids. We get hotter hots. Dry places are drying out. Wet places are getting wetter. This is the new reality. Now, it's not a reality that is an opinion that we can choose to believe in or not. This is the consensus of the scientific community, which has predicted what we've already begun to see here. And I don't see anything in this plan that our utilities have come up with that deal with that reality. The Arctic ice cap will melt sometime in the 2040s. In the 2050s and 60s, Arctic soils will begin melting and emitting more additional carbon dioxide into the atmosphere than we have burned in all of fossil fuel throughout human history. This is the reality we're dealing with. And it's not a reality I see reflected in this plan. I don't know what utilities are thinking of when they plan to keep burning more and more and more fossil fuel through the 2030s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. Now, most of the people in this room are aware of the new reality that I'm talking about here. I think a lot of executives in our utility companies are aware of it also. But they see their role as filling the demand for energy, which is what they do, and they're doing a good job of it. But they're not seeing their role as meeting the demand for renewable energy. Renewable energy does not use any fuel. When you put a solar panel on a roof, you're not burning anything. You're just collecting energy that's already there. That's what makes it renewable. Nuclear, by the way, is not renewable. So we don't have to stop using electricity. We have to stop using fossil fuel to make electricity. We have to stop finding new ways to burn more fossil fuel in the future. And we have to say no, right here, right now, at this meeting, to a plan that will force the people of Kentucky to be complicit in the further degradation of the plants, animals, and people of this planet.
I'm getting shorter every year. There. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kimberly Crum. I am here representing my husband and myself. We live at 3017 Beals Branch Drive in Louisville, 40206. So I am a senior citizen, but not one fearing my inability to pay bills. I am a person who has known there are others who can't. And one of the reasons I'm here is because of that. So I've worked in help ministries, now Central Louisville Ministries, and through St. Vincent de Paul, off and on for years. And I have been with the people who can't pay their electricity bills. I have helped with community winter help applications, and with LIHEAP applications, and we've seen people receive emergency assistance to prevent homelessness. Maybe they get 1 or 2 times of help every year. This is not just an environmental issue, this is a social issue. And I am new at this. This is not my gig. But with the abominable leadership of this country, in my view, politics has become local. What's happening here seems exactly like what our current leader of the United States would want. Not that I care to talk about him, but all politics is local, they say, and this has happened. We are bowing down to the needs and interests of people who are concerned primarily for profits. I like profits. Profits are wonderful. I'm a free market liberal. There is such a thing. But this is not a free market. We have one provider, LG&E. AI, which I had mixed feelings about, probably because I'm 70 years old, but AI is not going to help heat our homes, cool our homes, bathe our children, help us do laundry. It's not going to help us. In fact, I would argue perhaps more harm than help. Why we would want to do this to accommodate AI, huge data centers, I will never know. I looked at the 2023 plan that was online after I read in the Courier Journal the other day that this was happening, and that was a good plan. You had a solar and battery generator or storage unit. You were going to close, or LG&E was going to close the coal-fired plants. I liked that, and now you've thrown that all aside. So I want to tell you, I'm disappointed. My mother used to use that whenever she really wanted me to feel sad and ashamed of what I had just done. It worked much better. I am also disappointed in my Metro government, I'll tell you. I'm going to let Mayor Greenberg know. We've had one Republican in Fisher, now we have Greenberg, who he's lying down for this. And I'm disappointed in you, but I like you. Thank you very much for letting me be extemporaneous.
I'm the Reverend Elwood Sturdivant. I live at 3712 Trail Ridge Road, Louisville, 40241. I would echo the comments about this being a social issue as well as an environmental issue. I worked with the community ministries for over 2 decades. and saw the people who came who couldn't pay their bills. I have an excerpt from an article entitled AEP Ohio Proposes New Utility Tariff for Data Centers to Offset Infrastructure Costs by Sonal Patel. It tells of what happened when Ohio took an 18-month moratorium to figure out how to deal with data centers, to figure out what needed to be done. American Electric Power Ohio filed a settlement agreement with the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio and key stakeholders on October 23, 2024, to address the cost of power infrastructure improvements required for Ohio's rapidly expanding data center industry. This agreement sets a precedent for Ohio. It is likely the first of its kind to introduce structured tariffs for new large-scale data centers, requiring them to pay for up to 85% of their projected energy use each month, even if they use less to cover the cost of infrastructure. And it requires data centers to prove that they are financially viable, as well as to pay an exit fee if their project is canceled or unable to meet the obligations outlined in the electric service agreement contract. AEP's joint stipulation and recommendation filed with the Utility Commission address a core concern from the power industry, how it will financially sustain the growing energy demands of data centers without imposing undue costs on other customers, residential, commercial, and industrial, while maintaining the reliability and sustainability of the grid. As a crucial guardrail, data centers must prove that they are financially capable of meeting their power needs before signing contracts. Proof includes, for example, submitting guarantees or other forms of financial collateral to protect the utility company and its customers from the risk of failed projects. If a data center cancels or fails to fulfill its obligations, it is required to pay an exit fee. After 5 years plus the load ramp period, they may exit by paying an exit fee equivalent to 36 months of minimum charges. And if a data center wants to reduce its contracted capacity, it can assign up to 25% of its load to another data center. The settlement agreement notably seeks to lift a moratorium on new data center agreements. This moratorium on new projects was put in place 18 months earlier so the Commission could address the impacts related to massive load growth. It outlines a structured process for new data centers to request load studies and join AEP Ohio's queue for service once the moratorium is lifted. The agreement suggests prospective data centers will be required to provide specific details about their location and power needs, and they will be required to pay for these studies to assess the feasibility of adding them to the grid. The utility's goal through the process has been to provide customers with protections while keeping Ohio an attractive place to run and grow a business. This proposal provides a balance and was developed with the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio staff and consumer advocates. Can we have a moratorium here in Kentucky to take the time that this issue deserves to figure out how to handle it responsibly for everyone? Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Virginia Bush. I'm a faith community nurse through the Norton Hospital program, and I work with a lot of marginalized people. But what I'm coming here today to say is that there's new information. We've known for a very long time, for probably 40 years, that small particulate matter causes heart attacks, lung disease, stroke, all of these things we've known for over 40 years. But there's new information. The Lancet just produced a report this past week where they reviewed 186 research studies linking small particulate matter, black carbon, and soot to dementia. Now, how many people in this room know somebody with dementia? It's getting to be an epidemic. And so I think that we need to put the costs, emotional cost, and the financial cost of continuing putting these kind of particles into the air and what it costs the public and people privately, emotional and financial. You don't see these on the bottom line anywhere. Nobody's report to their shareholders includes the bottom cost of health care and what these issues do to families. So I just urge you to take the health of the people, not only in Kentucky, but especially in the west end of Louisville, where they want to put this plant. Nobody's talked about the noise pollution, which is considerable from these plants. We're talking about the water usage, the electric, but we need to talk about what additional, and it comes from gas, black carbon comes from gas as well as coal. So we need to add all of these into the bottom line. And one other thing that I'd like to say is that about 20 years ago, LG&E urged the public to put demand-side conservation measures in their homes, on their hot water heaters and on their air conditioners, and we did that. And this past month, we had to replace our air conditioning unit. I called LG&E to ask them to reconnect the demand-side cycle. I can't remember the name of what they call that program, only to be informed that they ended that program some time ago. I was never informed of that. So now I have all of this equipment in my home that is useless, that LG&E put there as their greenwash measure. And I don't appreciate that at all. So if they can't even keep up with any demand-side programs, then what is really their bottom line? It's shareholder profits. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
So good morning. My name is Betsy Rui, and I represent Metro Council District 21 in Louisville, Kentucky. And I am here to represent my constituents, many of whom are low income, and they're already having a hard time paying their utility bills. Should this go through and LG&E KU is allowed to build more, there's going to be higher utility bills. These people are already having their power cut off. We're struggling to get their bills paid. I know here in America, everything is about cost. And when I taught my students about renewable and non-renewable energy, which is fossil fuels, becomes more scarce because we cannot renew it. It is already cheaper to put in renewables, to put in solar. It is cheaper than fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are only going to become more expensive. So the hole that we are digging here is only going to get deeper. In addition, you can add all those climate impacts on here that are additionally going to cost us money. We have higher storms. I hope you like the weather the last month or so, where we went outside in the morning and it's like 78 degrees day after day after day. This is not going to get better. It is going to get worse. It is our obligation, is your obligation, to protect the consumers here for the cost of their energy and to make sure that the energy providers are doing it in an economic manner that protects the constituents, our residents. So I'm asking you to take into account our residents and the cost that's going to come to them if this is built, and all the attendant costs with that. So please consider that, and I hope that you do something different than the way it's always been done. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gerald Adkins. I live at 219 Blue Ridge Drive in Frankfort, Kentucky. I'm not here today to speak against or for the project. I'm only here to speak if the project moves forward. I am speaking today on behalf of the Kentucky State Building and Construction Trades Council. We wanted to get it on record that if the project in question moves forward, the KSBCTC would like for the signatory contractors of the local unions that the KSBCTC represents to have the opportunity to bid the project. Our world-class apprenticeship and training programs ensure that our members have the knowledge, skills, and experience needed to get the job done right and on time and on budget. We represent 14 crafts with approximately 20,000 journeymen and 4,700 apprentices across the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We would be able to supply an ample number of local workers who would provide very high quality workmanship. Having local workers is vital to Kentucky's economy as it keeps wages paid in Kentucky and it ensures that all local, state, and federal taxes are paid along with other state obligations. Again, my comments today are only to ask if this project moves forward that the signatory contractors and of the local unions that the KSBTC represents have an opportunity to bid this project. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dan Nolet. I live at 1571 Lanark Drive in Danville, Kentucky, and I'm a KU customer. I'm also speaking as a retired engineering fellow from Corning, and I'll tell you in a minute why I think that's important. I want to make 3 short points this morning. The first point is that this proposal is being made on speculative demand. That means that we're not sure these data centers and the vast energy requirements associated with them will actually be built. I lived through, with Corning, the telecom boom and bubble and bust. In September of 2000, Corning stock hit $113 a share. And shortly after that, after the telecom burst happened, our share price dropped to under $1. That happened because all of our customers were building optical devices. We needed optical components. And the fiber that they were all bidding on, our customers were all bidding to get 100% share of the same projects. All of that disappeared. Today, data centers are being built across the country. Utilities are fighting to supply energy to these data centers. We don't know how many will actually get built. We don't know whether we'll need them or whether all of that power supply will be needed. So my point is this is speculative demand. We should not be going there. We've seen bubbles like this burst in the tech industry in the past. The second point is KU is overestimating the demand if we were actually putting money and time and people into conservation and energy savings projects. As an example, myself, I submitted a request to KU for an energy audit as part of the residential program, which I believe is required by the Public Service Commission in a previous agreement. I submitted that demand on May 15th. Haven't heard anything back from KU. We need to be putting money and supply and support into energy savings, which can help the consumer and help reduce the consumer's electric bill. And my third point this morning is we're proposing to put in dirty energy. And I think the public comments you've heard already have been pretty strong in that point. Pollution across our state, pollution in our neighborhoods is not a solution here. We need to be looking at how do we put clean energy in place to supply the needs of the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing.
My name is Ken Shapiro. I live at 5604 Wolf Pen Trace in Prospect, Kentucky. And today I represent myself, my wife Diane April, my son, my daughter-in-law, and our 10-year-old grandchild, who, by the way, calls us Nona and Pops. The CPCN that we're considering today, that you are considering today, I believe is flawed, unbalanced, and rushed as a proposal. It prioritizes the speculative, pecuniary interests of a few at the expense of the interests of the ratepayers who are relegated a backseat in the process. The analysis that the applicant has put forward in testimony to justify the addition of new generating capacity is flawed and contains many errors. First, the demand that they say exists for data centers is speculative, as you have heard from many of the people who have been up here testifying previously. There is a huge rush in this country with the advent of AI and the growth of blockchain technologies and cloud-based computing and storage capability to build these massive data centers around the country. And in places along the East Coast and in Virginia where there's been a huge growth of these things, they're running out of electricity. And so the rush is on. It's not a gold rush, it's an electricity rush. The developers of these data centers are looking for places where they can find electricity to power these facilities. And so if they find a place in Kentucky that they can get it, they might come here. But if they can find a better place in Indiana or Louisiana or Missouri or Mississippi or any other state, they may go there. There's not a single contract that we have seen in evidence in this case that shows where a data center has made any contract with the applicant to actually contract for power or build a data center. So this is all speculative. Second, as the gentleman before me just, I think, really rightfully pointed out, the applicant in this case, LG&E KU, has not considered anywhere in the testimony that I've seen or in the record that I've seen changes in technology of either computer technology or software technology that surely will occur over the next few decades, if not years. We know how fast technology evolves, that could vastly reduce the energy requirement to power data centers like this. To use the current data consumption of the current technology and not consider or factor in changes in technology and software that could reduce power in the future, you're asking for overestimation and overstatement of energy consumption. And that's part of the basis of this application. Third, the applicants fail to recognize the sustainable energy, democratically enacted sustainable energy goals of both metropolitan Lexington and Louisville, the two largest municipalities in the service area, both of which have stated sustainable energy goals, and yet that's not even acknowledged in this application. Finally, I'd like to make a special note about the joint stipulation agreement that's currently before the board, because I think it deserves special attention. The spectacle of the Attorney General of the state of Kentucky putting out a press release, as he did last week, touting this as a win for consumers is laughable. I don't think that the Attorney General, who has a statutory obligation, an obligation by law to represent ratepayers in this case, has considered any one of the people in this room or anyone who's made comments. And if there was some concern that there was going to be emotion in this room and that emotions are going to run rampant, I haven't heard it. I've heard reasonable arguments today. I think the only emotion that people are feeling is the disappointment and the sadness that the elected official who's supposed to be representing us has instead represented the interests of the Kentucky Coal Association, whose main concern is mining more coal and burning more coal, and not who's going to pay for that, and of industrial interests in the state, and even of out-of-state manufacturing associations that represent businesses that apparently, based on vague promises in the stipulation agreement, think they may be able to do business in the future here. Where are the interests of ratepayers being represented? And I'd like to end one moment, if you will bear with me, by reading an excerpt that from a book by a great Kentuckian, Harry Caudill, who wrote Night Comes to the Cumberlands at the turn of the 1960s. And I'm going to read an excerpt from chapter 7, where he describes the men who came to the mountain coal fields to procure mineral rights from mountain farmers who lived on the land. And I think there's a direct parallel to what Caudill described in this passage that you're about to hear. He wrote, "They were men of great guile and charm. They were courteous, pleasant, and were wonderful storytellers. Their goal was to buy the minerals on a grand scale as cheaply as possible and on terms so favorable to the purchasers as to grant them every desirable exploitive privilege while simultaneously leaving the mountaineer an illusion of ownership and the continuing responsibility for practically all of the taxes which might thereafter be levied against the land." Thank you.
Morning today. My name is Nick Hart. I am the Director of Water Policy with Kentucky Waterways Alliance. I'm here today representing our organization and our members. For those of you who are unfamiliar with us, we are a 30-year-old nonprofit that works across the state, protecting, restoring, and celebrating Kentucky's waterways. And to keep it short, I want to reiterate, say ditto to a lot of the points that have already been made. Kentucky Waterways Alliance, we do not believe that we're going to move forward anywhere without development. So we don't oppose development. We do oppose unsmart, thinking, uninformed development. So here today to express our members' views about being smart when making these decisions. I want to reiterate the comments that have been made about ratepayer protection, as well as some of the environmental concerns. The primary reason I think KWA is here today is looking at this decision, informing the other utility decisions that are going to be made around development from data centers or further expansion. It's always confused me why this is kind of the first step in the permitting process to develop these funds to be able to do these developments, as opposed to looking at what are going to be the environmental impacts and public health impacts of these projects. So I understand why we're here and I understand what's happening, but again, I think this is a little bit putting the cart before the horse in these decisions, especially when we do not have the studies, the knowledge about how ratepayers are going to be affected, about how the individuals who are going to live around these developments are also going to be impacted. So, I mean, I understand a lot of the times that these projects are going to be approved, regulations are reduced, they'll probably be permitted, but the one thing I want to point out here is that Louisville Metro has a health equity report that reports on the community health of the communities that surround and that are served by these utilities. And I looked at it while I was sitting over here today preparing for this comment, so I didn't have to reiterate anybody, but if you look at the life expectancy of Louisville, whether it's in West Louisville or East Louisville, that line is still trending down. It's going to continue to trend down. we don't make some of these informed decisions to achieve smart development. I'm not sure, you probably heard it as well, that West Louisville, where I think the Mill Creek Station will be developed, has anywhere from a 9 to 15 year difference in life expectancy for those residents who live around these power generation stations. So again, this project might be approved right now. I think it's too soon to make this decision without understanding what the real impacts on the community are going to be. And if we look at those impacts as they rest, even with the improvements that have been made, we have cleaner air, we have cleaner water, those life expectancies are still trending down because those residents are situated in this heavy industrial area that are still being impacted by the decisions made here in this hearing today. Thank you, appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Max Moran. I'm from Germantown, Kentucky, which is in Mason County. I'm here today as a concerned citizen of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and while this project does not directly affect me, I'm here today to express concerns from several people back home, including myself, that we feel if this project goes forward like it is now, would it cause a statewide rate increase on all consumers across the board? Many people I've talked with across the board in terms of energy data centers are very, very concerned about this issue. And one of the main drivers of this, which was already mentioned today, is the data centers. And to make it brief and short, part of this public comment I want to share with the board today is talking about my home in Mason County. Right now in Mason County, we are looking at a potentially ginormous data center coming in that's going to require, at minimum, 5,000 acres. They're also looking at, which I also found the file here, which is from case number 2025-00087, that they're going to need 2.2 gigawatts to actually supply the data center. Now, people back home with what their concern is, should these projects go forward across the state, and including in Louisville, will we see our regular residential rates increase? How much will they increase? Has the due diligence been done to ensure that the residential consumers are protected, such as the people back home in my area, the elderly especially, who are on fixed income and are very scared that they may not be able to keep their lights on? I want to close my public comment with this. I feel today, with listening with everybody's public comments, reading the documents that have been shared, I feel what this board should do today is pass a moratorium, get it in place to allow the time for due diligence to be done so that we don't have this process that seems to be going down the path of wild, breaking things, learning from our mistakes. We should be doing the path of smart development and ensuring that everybody is treated fairly and also ensure that the due diligence has been done. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Lynn Cunningham, and I live at 2207 Lauderdale Road, Louisville, 40205. I am a licensed professional engineer, as illustrated by the pens in my pocket, but also the license number 16,592. I have a lot to say and have put it on paper because it's more than 7 minutes to enter into the record, but I don't know who to give it to. Okay.
When you're finished.
Thank you, thank you. Before I tell you who I'm representing, I want to just talk as an engineer. We are taught to pad our calculations. Structural people, if they're calculating how strong of a beam do they need for a bridge, and the answer is X, they're probably going to double it or triple it on the assumption that bigger trucks might decide to come across or overloaded trucks might decide to come across. In other situations, such as these utilities, they routinely have 20% minimum excess generating capacity because they don't want to be caught short if they have one unit down for annual servicing, and then there's a heat, we have a big surge in heat. They pad their options to make sure they take care of people. I get that.
I think that all engineers do that, but we have to ask ourselves, how much should we pad our calculations? And normally, the padding is a function of cost as much as it is anything else. And my big concern here is that ultimately, the padding is going to be paid by somebody else instead of the user. And therefore, if I were shopping for a location for a data center and I thought I needed 350 megawatts of constant power, I'm going to take 500 if I can get it, because there's no economic penalty not to. And I think that that weird little twist in the normal ways in which we design infrastructure, which is where I've spent all my career, I think that's not working for us in this particular case. So beyond all that, I wanted to say that I have a minor in environmental history, and I understand why we have natural monopolies, and I have worked in utilities, and I understand that people depend on you. You can't just have the service go away in the middle of the night because it wasn't convenient. I'm also the executive director of the Louisville Climate Action Network. The letter says we have 63 organizational members, but we got a new one on Friday, and I forgot to update my letter. But they are community groups, faith-based organizations, for-profit businesses, and educational institutions. Overwhelmingly, they are paying LG&E commercial rates. We have, I wrote in the letter, 1,275, but thanks to LG&E, our numbers are growing. So we're up to over 1,300 now. Thank you. And those people are overwhelmingly paying residential rates either in LG&E or KU service areas. We have 3 types of programming. We provide educational programming for citizens to help them to reduce their carbon footprint. We advocate for saner public policies, which is why I'm here today. And the most of the work that we do is helping other nonprofits to, quote, spend less on utilities, more on mission. I don't need to tell you the cost of food has gone up. We are, for example, working with a food kitchen, a soup kitchen, whatever you want to call it, and they are teetering on having to pay demand charges, all while they're paying much more money for food. So we are helping them to feed people who can't feed themselves. If they have to underwrite stranded assets for this situation, it's not going to be pleasant. Many people have said, the whole thing about this is speculative. I think that's a really big deal. And I think the cost and all this stuff is a big deal. Remember a couple of years ago when the Public Service Commission ordered LG&E and KU to have a DSM collaborative? I went to those meetings, and we were told that stranded assets meant the math said that they should eliminate all of the residential programs except for the ones that help people who are about to get cut off. And they used it to justify cutting out a lot of the commercial DSM programs. And they had 4 ways in which they could compute the cost versus the benefit. And of course, they used the one that most justified eliminating programs. LG&E and KU have put some of those programs back. Thank you. But I'm very concerned that when we end up with stranded assets again, they'll use it to yank them back out of the market. Engineers usually would calculate that a power plant is going to be online and operating for 40, maybe even 50 years if it's natural gas. That's a long time. Technology changes so fast, I don't know how we could avoid having stranded cost. Amazon has a new chip, and they're going to use it in their data center, and it's going to use a lot less power. Meta's data center across from Louisville is going to be 100% renewable. Ours, despite our Metro Louisville and the Lexington urban government having a resolution to go net zero, ours is proposed to be all fossil fuels all the time. And I recognize the legislature has largely tied your hands. But you can't say that there's a need here when they haven't shown us the beef. It's speculation. So we're asking you to deny all this until they go back and sharpen their pencils and figure out what do they really need, how quickly can it become obsolete. But the last thing I want to say is when I drove from Louisville to here on I-64 today, I passed the solar shares field where you see all those solar panels along I-64. Those didn't happen the usual way. They didn't come here and ask to do it as part of their regular production. They did it because private businesses were doing environmental accounting and their scores were coming out pretty poor because they were using fossil fueled power and it was dinging them, and these were companies who had a national image. And so they worked it out that LG&E would build these solar panels and the power that came from them was attributed to these businesses. And I would like you to seriously consider requiring any data center that wants to come here to do a similar arrangement to protect us from having to underwrite efficiencies when they use less power or when they decide to shop elsewhere and leave town, because it's a very hypermobile industry. So thank you very much for your time. And I might be, no, I'm not the last.
Hello, my name is Ed Fessler. I live at 1116 Martin Nethery Road, representing myself and all Kentuckians and my elderly mother and aunt who lives in Louisville, who also pay rates and so forth. And I just wanted to kind of bring something up here that I hadn't really heard, that these things I was talking about. I'm a computer programmer by trade. I don't totally understand AI. I mean, I have a basic concept, but does anybody really understand it? I don't know. But, you know, I work for a credit card processing company, and we had probably 1,400 employees, and we had our data center right there in the building with all the employees. I'm not really sure why we need massive data centers, I guess for AI and cryptocurrency and all this type of stuff. But, you know, I'm just wondering if this is something that we really want to support. All this massive power, I don't understand why we have to have all this massive power to do this type of stuff. I mean, if you look at just cryptocurrencies, you know, I looked up just on my phone today, you can look up, if you do one transaction with Bitcoin, how much power does that take? Does anybody know? Look it up. It's like 1,200 kilowatts. If I buy a soda with, you know, paying Bitcoin, if somebody accepts Bitcoin, and I pay $2 for that soda, that's 1,200 kilowatts. I mean, that's insane. I don't understand how that doesn't collapse. I don't understand how it's, I don't get it, you know, and there's a lot of things I don't understand, so that's okay. I don't have to understand it. But, you know, for 1,200 kilowatts, if anybody understands what that is, that would power my house for 3 months. Okay? I mean, I would have to pay, how much money would I have to pay for that? Like $100. So how can I buy a soda for $2 when it costs $100 to process the transaction? Somebody needs to explain that to me. I don't get it. And I suspect AI is something similar. I'm sure it uses a massive amount of power. So I want to question to the people who are proposing this, who are the businesses that are going to come in and use all these data centers? What are they doing? Do we want to put up our resources and our time and the health? You know, I mean, there's going to be a certain amount of pollution for all these things. Do we want to risk our health so that somebody can buy a soda and have it cost $125 of power to do it? Thank you.
Any further public comments?
My name is Terrell Holder. 3113 Albans Place in Louisville. And I just, very quickly, I did a back of the envelope calculation. I'm sure this is not 100% accurate, but it's probably in the ballpark. The data center that was proposed for Louisville is somewhat, was estimated to require about 400 megawatts of power to operate when it's fully running. And just to give you an idea, my little back of the envelope calculation suggests that that much energy would be like taking a small burner on your stovetop, making it the size of a football field, and running it 24/7, 365 days a year. That's about what we're talking about with a modest-sized hyperscale data center. An electric burner, electric stovetop burner, the size of a football field, running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's about how much, roughly, very roughly, these data centers' power are going to use. Secondly, IBM, MIT, and scientists have signed open letters about AI, begging Congress to put guardrails on these systems because they have lots and lots of risks. I mean, we don't know what this AI is going to do for us. It's got great potential in medicine and science and energy and healthcare. But it also has great risks to jobs and when it does all the work for us, what does that do for our creative thinking as human beings? When AI does all the thinking, what are we left to do? That's all I wanted to say. The cost of AI and the potential harm of AI that is not regulated. Thank you.
All right. Any further public comments? And if anyone brought written comments that you'd like to submit, you can hand those to a staffer over here. All right, seeing no further public comment, I'll just remind everyone that you can still submit public comment by writing to us at 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601, or you may submit an email public comment to psc.comment@ky.gov. And if that is the conclusion of our public comments, I'll go ahead and take a quick break, about 15 minutes, and that way if anyone wants to head out, you can. It's a public hearing, you don't have to. But then we'll be back here right at 11. On the record in case number 2025-00045. And I think we are ready to deal with our preliminary motions. All right. The applicant provided proof in the record on July 30th that all newspapers except one published notice between July 14th and July 28th, and KU filed a motion for deviation from the notice requirements due to Russell Springs Times-Journal failing to publish the required motion. Any objections from the parties? No. All right. Seeing no objections and having considered the motion, being otherwise sufficiently advised, Commission finds that KU's motion, LG&E KU's motion for deviation from notice requirements should be granted for good cause shown. All right, other outstanding motions. I believe we have several pending motions for confidentiality. We will deal with those in the post-hearing orders. On July 29th, LG&E KU filed a motion for leave to file joint stipulation testimony. Is there any objection from the parties? Seeing no objection, that motion will be granted. On July 7th, joint interveners filed a request to deviate from the requirements related to a large filing. Any objection to joint interveners' motion related to their large filing?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, seeing none, that will also be granted. On August 1st, joint interveners filed a request that two of their expert witnesses in this matter, Dr. Elizabeth Stanton and Andy Iden, be granted permission to participate virtually in the hearing. Any objection from the parties?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that will also be granted. I believe they're already. No, they're not on yet. That was the ones that were going to be here on Wednesday, is that right?
No, I believe Sierra Club indicated theirs would be here, or perhaps Rita indicated they would be here on Wednesday.
Okay.
We had requested it.
That's correct, Chairman. We had requested a date specific, but our witness will be here in person.
In person?
Yes.
Okay. For both of, for Stanton and Iden, or?
Stanton and Iden were ours.
Okay.
They're virtual.
Okay.
Our other two were in person.
I was trying to see if they're on here already, and they're not, so
They
we'll.
are not because we hadn't had that motion granted yet. Sorry, so we hadn't set up with them yet.
That's a
but we
good
can do
point.
that Since we have a break tomorrow, I don't anticipate getting to them.
Right.
At least until after lunch.
All right.
We can contact them and let them know.
And all of these rulings will be commemorated in our post-hearing orders. What other preliminary motions do we have? None?
I have one other issue to raise. The record of the company's most recent integrated resource plan, 2024-326, had been incorporated into this record, but I believe as of February, we just moved that the commission contemplates updating that incorporation to include subsequent filings since the original incorporation of the IRP.
Okay, so just subsequent filings,
Up to today, I suppose,
okay?
in the same record.
Okay, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
I remember that we had the IRP hearing, and we're concerned with the close proximity of filing this case and the rate case and trying our best to keep them separate, but it appears they're blending a bit.
They are, Your Honor, and it's our understanding that one of the reasons for bringing the rest of that record in is that it might help speed along this process as well, so we certainly don't object to that.
Okay. And I don't see any prejudice in that.
Correct.
We've all seen it, or anyone who wanted to see it has seen it. All right. So before we start with calling witnesses and presenting the evidence, I need to do the settlement script and swear some people in. And then, so is everyone who is party to the settlement at council table?
No.
Okay. Let's bring up anyone who will be doing the sworn testimony regarding the settlement.
process, the colloquy were you asked with regard to the negotiations?
Yes. So, LG and EKU, that will be Sturgeon, KIUC, Attorney General, KCA, and SREA. Okay. All right. I understand that a settlement was reached between LG and EKU, KIUC, the Attorney General, Kentucky Coal Association, and SREA. The settlement and supporting testimony was filed into the record July 29th, 2025. Mr. Crosby, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I also understand that Lexington, Fayette Urban County Government, and Louisville Metro have seen the stipulation and take no position on the stipulation and recommendation and will not oppose it at the hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
For Louisville, Fayette Urban County Government or Lexington, Fayette Urban County Government, and Louisville Metro. All right. I also understand that Sierra Club and joint interveners are not party to the settlement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All attorneys who participated or anyone who participated on behalf of an entity in those negotiations and meetings and have signed on to the proposed stipulation and settlement, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the responses you're about to give here today are the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
In order to ensure that the responses are accurately recorded into the record, we will go one at a time answering the following questions. My left to right. Were you aware of and did you have an opportunity to participate in all of the negotiations that resulted in the settlement agreement?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you voluntarily sign the settlement agreement and do you fully support each and every provision contained therein?
Yes.
I did not sign it.
And not as a signer, Your Honor, but I was, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any provisions in the settlement agreement that you do not understand, object to, or take issue with?
No.
No. No.
No. No.
No.
No.
Was any consideration of any kind offered, or were any promises made other than what is expressly set forth in the settlement agreement to induce you to negotiate and sign the settlement agreement?
No.
No.
No. No.
No.
No.
No.
No.
Are you aware of any reason why the commission should not adopt and approve the settlement agreement in its entirety?
No.
No.
No. No.
No.
No.
All right, thank you. You may lower your hand and be seated. All right, I always feel like I'm taking a plea. Now, our new courtroom accommodates 2 rows of council tables. Unfortunately, that's the one thing that has not yet come in. We expect them by the end of the month, because if any case needed it, I think this would have been the one. We needed another row of council tables. So to avoid lawyer musical chairs as much as possible, if anyone knows that they don't have cross-examination questions for the next few witnesses, please change places with some folks who didn't enter the stipulation. It looks like Mr. Malone's offering his seat. Anybody else know for sure you won't have questions for the first few witnesses?
I'm going to have a few.
Okay, yep, stay seated, please. All right. So who is still left without a seat that will have questions? All right. Maybe easier than I expected. And just for everyone's planning purposes, I need to drive to Paducah tonight, so I will probably end about 4 today, maybe 4:30. And thank you, everyone, for accommodating that. The break tomorrow, and we'll be back on Wednesday. So, applicant, please call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. LG and KU call Lonnie Beller.
Mr. Baylor, you already raised your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Lonnie Beller. My company position is Executive Vice President of Engineering, Construction, and Generation, and my employer is PPL Services.
All right, Counsel.
Mr. Beller, did you cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes,
Did you also sponsor or adopt data responses that are of record in this proceeding?
yes,
Did you also cause to be filed joint testimony with you and Mr. Conroy in support of the stipulation and recommendation that's been filed in this case?
yes.
Do you have any corrections or changes to any of those pieces of testimony or to any of your data responses?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, I'm prepared to ask Mr. Beller a few questions, and he's prepared to answer those that would summarize the settlement agreement if the commission would find that helpful or necessary. If not, he's available for cross-examination.
Does anyone have an objection to that? Normally, we don't do direct. This is new since testimony was submitted, so I'm inclined to allow it.
Objection.
No objection? All right, please go.
Okay, so Mr. Beller, you did say you were a co-sponsor of joint testimony that got filed that describes the partial stipulation recommendation that's been filed of record in this case?
Yes,
You heard the chair say that the parties that have agreed to that stipulation and recommendation are the Attorney General, is that right?
correct,
And KIUC
correct,
and the Kentucky Coal Association
correct,
and Southern Renewable Energy Association, is that right?
yes,
They all have signed it and are in support of the stipulation and recommendation.
yes, they are.
The cities in this case, Lexington and Louisville, they have also signed the agreement and have indicated they have no opposition to the proposed partial stipulation. Is that right, Mr. Beller?
Correct.
Would you mind going over just the very basic main components of the settlement agreement in terms of the resources that have been proposed in this case?
Sure, sure. So first, the stipulation would ask the commission to improve our CPCN for Brown 12 combined cycle unit, Mill Creek 6, another combined cycle unit, and approve the SCR be installed on Gent 2. The stipulation also has some ways in which the company could demonstrate prudency in making the decisions, particularly around investing in Mill Creek 6. Not an exclusive list, but a list of some of those things. Second, the companies are withdrawing their request at this time for the Brown Battery Storage Facility, the 400 megawatt storage facility that was going to be installed at our Cane Run Generating Station. But we do reserve the right in the stipulation to file that at any time should we need that, as long as we support that filing, that subsequent filing if necessary, with evidence of a competitive procurement process. Third, the companies have agreed to keep the commission and all the parties to this case and others updated with a semi-annual in-person meeting that'll start in the second quarter of 26 and go all the way through the second quarter of 32, and that will provide updates on our construction plans, economic development, and load forecasts. Fourth, we've asked the commission to approve a new cost recovery mechanism for Mill Creek 6, which would allow the companies to recover their actual cost of that unit over its lifetime. And importantly, for a protection, there's a temporary offset to that mechanism should incremental data center revenues occur during that time period. Fifth, the companies have agreed to seek an extension of the life of Mill Creek 2. That unit was to retire in mid-2027. The companies would like to seek a request to continue to operate that unit till mid-31 or the in-service of Mill Creek 6. But the important part of that is spelled out in the stipulation is it's contingent on the commission reaffirming the company's authority to retire that unit achieved in a prior proceeding. The companies have also agreed in our 2027 IRP to be filed that we would look at the economics of operating that unit past 2031, and that would be part of that IRP filing. The commission associated with extending the life of Mill Creek 2, the stipulation requests the commission approve a new cost recovery mechanism for the incremental stay open costs of Mill Creek 2, including those that would begin at the date of the stipulation. The companies have also agreed to conduct a renewable energy and storage RFP by mid-2026 and allow the interveners to this proceeding to have input on that RFP before it's issued. And it also goes on to say if we find cost-effective resources as part of that, we'll make a filing for their approval with the commission by the end of 2028. There's also provisions in the settlement agreement talking about deferral accounting treatment for requests that we have made, the rate EHLF modifications, and contract filing and possible long-term sales agreements that we may enter into with other entities for service of data centers or other load. We also have a SEAM, a power market that we participate in with a number of other utilities. We've agreed to have additional reporting requirements and make that public. And then maybe lastly, in terms of key provisions, we also note that the Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District retains their authority, of course, with respect to all of the components of the stipulation. And we also ask, lastly, that the commission approve the stipulation and also for the CPCN case and the ECR application that was part of that case.
So, Mr. Beller, were you personally involved in the negotiation of the stipulation and recommendation?
Yes.
And so you remember that it indicates that the stipulating parties believe that it leads to a fair, just, and reasonable resolution of the issues in this case?
Yes.
And so my final question to you then is, Mr. Beller, can you talk just a little bit about the process that led to the conclusion of all the signatories that this represents a fair, just, and reasonable solution to the proposals in this case?
Yes. We had extensive communication during the settlement conference with all the interveners. We listened to their concerns and trying to balance their concerns with what the company needs to serve our customers going forward. And we believe that the adjustments we made to that original proposal does just that. It allows us to serve our customers and that are our customers today and that will be our customers in the future, and gives us the flexibility with respect to continued operation of Mill Creek 2, for example, with the ability to file for our battery proposal if we found that it's needed in the future. All those flexibilities doesn't hinder our ability to serve our customers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Beller is available for questions.
Okay. For the Attorney General's office?
Yes, just a few. How are you doing, Ms. Beller?
Good.
I think you covered a lot of what I intended to ask in your summary. So obviously you're very familiar with the stipulation recommendation that you just summarized. Would you characterize certain provisions that you just summarized as being protective of the interests of ratepayers?
Yes, I would. Several ways. One I would offer first, if you think about the parties who agreed to the stipulation, we have the AG, who represents broad customer interests. We have the KIUC, who's been a historic long-term representative in these proceedings of our largest industrial customers, both on the KU and the LG&E system. We also have diverse interests, the Kentucky Coal Association and the Southern Renewables groups that also signed on to that agreement. And we talked to the cities, and the cities understand the proposal. And as we stated in the stipulation, they, while not supporting, they are not going to contest the settlement agreement. The other thing I would offer is, in the context of the settlement agreement taken with the company's current base rate case application, we have an extremely high load factor tariff in that. Some provisions of how that tariff will be administered are part of the settlement agreement. But the root of that tariff, I think, is one of the biggest customer protections that we have in place. And an example in Mr. Conroy's testimony that I think makes this point is if a 525 megawatt data center were to locate and sign our EHLF tariff, they would be obligated at a minimum to pay $1.4 billion worth of demand charges to the company for over a 15-year period. And to be clear, that's whether they operate 1 year and decide to leave or they operate the whole 15 years. And that's the minimum. That's 80% of what that 525 megawatt customer would otherwise pay. Of course, if they operate for 15 years, they'll pay even more than the $1.4 billion. So our regulatory team did a lot of research and had thoughtful conversations with a lot of different parties in devising that tariff. And of course, I appreciate that tariff in its entirety will not be approved in this proceeding, but I think it does offer very good customer protections, and that was part of a lot of our discussion in the settlement around what those customer protections would be.
Okay. I just want to highlight a couple and get your input on those. The credit that flows back to ratepayers as an offset to the cost recovery mechanism. Can you discuss the particulars of that and how that benefits ratepayers?
Sure. So what we're referring to is the mechanism that the companies are requesting for cost recovery of Mill Creek 6. And that would be a typical cost recovery mechanism that we've seen in other instances. But as a consumer protection here, what will occur is if incremental data center load comes onto the LG&E KU system that's not already embedded in base rates, that we've not already made an accounting for that, the revenues associated with those data centers will be a credit to that mechanism. So it will, in effect, reduce how much the companies are recovering from that mechanism. And that is not a typical feature of other mechanisms that we've had in the past.
And so data centers, as they join the system, will pay revenues, or will pay rates that will result in revenues that will accrue to the benefit of all ratepayers, offsetting a lot of the costs associated with its generation. But before your next rate case, before those rates can be set and revenues can accrue, you're temporarily providing for this offset to make sure that those revenues are captured quickly, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can we talk briefly about the 500 megawatt threshold to the cost recovery metric? Can you just summarize that point and how it protects ratepayers?
Yes, as another protection that we talked about and was part of the ultimate stipulation is that the companies would need to have at least 500 megawatts of data center or other load that would be incremental to what the companies currently are serving or are serving during that time period. And that's another protection because it gives the company an opportunity to explain what new load has come, detail that out. It could be data center load, it could be non-data center load, to be clear, but that is something else that was the subject of discussions in the settlement agreement and ultimately made it into the written document.
Okay. So that's a protection for ratepayers that is specifically highlighted that allows one criteria that will be examined when examining the prudency of the cost recovery of the cost for these facilities, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you already talked about the EHLF, the extra high load factor tariff briefly, but at a high level, well, specifically, and if this is better for Mr. Conroy, let me know, but were the companies aware of some of the negotiations and actions that were taken in other jurisdictions, such as the Ohio negotiations were brought up by a commenter? Were the companies aware of those factors when they proposed the extra high load factor tariff?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, our team did a lot of work and had a lot of thoughtful discussions with other companies, trade associations that represent data centers, and we did look at, I know we did look at the Ohio tariff to that as another piece of information before our tariff was developed.
So is it fair to say that that EHLF tariff is meant to provide many of the same protections that Ohio tariff provides, and maybe some other ones may differ here and there, but it's meant to get at the same issues that those other tariffs get at?
Yes, it's my understanding, and Mr. Conroy could go point by point, but our tariff is even more protective than the Ohio tariff is as it's agreed to.
And when you say more protective, you mean protective of the interests of ratepayers?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and ask everyone, each witness, to make sure that KIEC, Mr. Kurtz?
No question.
Okay, and Mr. Malone, KCA?
No question,
And SREA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And then Louisville and Lexington?
No questions.
Thank you. Sierra Club?
Your Honor, I do have questions, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Gary first, and then I'll do some cleanup after him if he doesn't cover my question.
Sure, okay.
If that's all right with the
Yeah.
commission.
Do we want me to change the order for all the witnesses, or just this one, or?
I think that's what we agreed to.
So we'll
was
just switch Sierra Club and joint interveners?
If that's all right with the commission. We're flexible, but
Makes it simple. We'll go in alphabetical order that way.
All right, that'd be fine then.
good morning, Mr. Beller. How are you?
Good morning.
So, just for the record, my name is Byron Gary. I am counsel for the joint interveners, which include Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Metropolitan Housing Coalition, and Mountain Association. You're aware who I represent, correct?
Correct.
Are you at least generally familiar with those organizations, particularly as laid out in, say, our motion to intervene?
Yes,
Overview of
generally,
what
yes.
each of those do? Okay. I won't take up too much time trying to explain the mission of each of the organizations then. But I did, well, perhaps before I get to the stipulation, just more generally, in front of you, I think you have a computer. You can pull up documents as needed from the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And I also have hard copies of the data responses for which I was a witness and testimony for which I submitted.
That you sponsored? Okay. But you would have other witnesses' testimony and everything else available to you if needed?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I think this is the second time I've had the privilege of speaking to you on the stand. We spoke just in the IRP a couple of months ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just as far as everything in the record, aside from having it available to you, you're generally familiar with all the testimony submitted on behalf of the companies, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also adopted the testimony of Ms. McFarland and Mr. Hawk, correct?
Just to be clear, Mr. Gary, they didn't have testimony.
Sorry, the data, yes, I'm sorry, the data response is sponsored by Ms. McFarland and Mr. Hawk.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying,
Correct.
Mr. Ingram. Yes, sir. And you, I presume, reviewed the intervener testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes.
Okay. If you're not the right person, that said, for any of my questions, feel free to let me know, or if I'm not clear at all, feel free to let me know.
I will.
I'm actually going to skip ahead just a little bit and then come back. I had some general questions about matters in the record, but perhaps we'll start with the stipulation, since that's where we just were. Up front, you stated you're familiar with the organizations I represent, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the joint interveners, to be clear, decided not to agree to the stipulation and settlement here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we did file testimony that put forward other suggestions regarding ratepayer protections, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I also wanted to say first at the outset, we appreciate the opportunity to participate in that settlement negotiation. Sorry, we could not reach an agreement. I wanted to start with the transparency piece that you mentioned, specifically the semi-annual in-person updates on construction, economic developments, and load forecast.
Yes.
Okay. Those will be open to all interveners, you stated, correct? Not
Correct.
just the settling interveners, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have the companies considered making those open to the public at all?
I'm not, I haven't been involved in any conversations where we would do that. That is not typical for what we would typically call an informal conference type approach. But I haven't been involved in any discussions around that.
Okay. So the idea would be to have in-person informal conferences, as we've had a couple of times in this case here at the commission's offices. That's the intention of that provision.
Well, you know, typically when we've done reporting updates, we've done them, you know, written updates and filed them electronically in the case. And we could, you know, obviously have discussions around those, as you just stated, in person, in addition to filing written comments.
Well, to be clear, the stipulation calls for semi-annual in-person updates.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So the plan is to have in-person
Yes.
updates, either here or I suppose at the company's offices, perhaps?
Correct, on the semi-annual updates. I was
Yes.
talking about other updates that may occur with respect to this proceeding. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, just those semi-annual in-person updates regarding construction, economic development, and load forecast.
Correct.
Okay. And those would be that informal conference style, just open to interveners and not the public more broadly.
Correct, and I would leave it to the commission or our regulatory folks if they're labeled in informal conference or not. There may be a different title that gets placed on them, but nonetheless, it would and most likely, it would be here at the commission.
Okay. The company is also committed to, regarding the renewable RFP, to allow interveners to review and provide input on that, correct?
Correct.
Would that be all intervening parties as well, or just the settling parties?
I wouldn't have a problem with all intervening parties being able to comment on the RFP.
Would the company contemplate filing that with the commission as well in the post-hearing case files?
Well, obviously, it would, as contemplated, come, you know, by mid-26, I think is what's in the stipulation. So, you know, we would let the parties comment on it. I don't see how it would hurt to file it in the record if that were requested.
Okay. And if it were filed in the record, presumably the public could submit comments. I know the commission only accepts comments on the case up until the case is closed, but it would be open potentially for the public to review that way, right?
I do think there's a provision subject to check that the commission has for entering comments that are post-order comments into the record.
And subject to any confidentiality protections needed by the company for an RFP or responses or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. There's a provision also that the companies will seek commission approval for any long-term, longer than 1 year sale of capacity energy or both to another Kentucky utility for the purpose of serving one or more Kentucky data centers not in the company's service territory, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you stated earlier in response to a question from Mr. West, that is potentially one of the ways that the companies could, under the stipulation, demonstrate reasonableness and achieve cost recovery for Mill Creek 6, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have the companies contemplated discussing with other utilities that may have excess capacity already, whether there is capacity to purchase from them to serve the needs of data centers within the company's territory?
We have, to my knowledge, we have not had those discussions. We've had prior RFPs for both renewable and non-renewable resources, and coupled with our general knowledge of utilities that we interconnect with, we wouldn't see anybody to have that excess capacity, but I haven't been involved in any of those discussions.
And that would be as of the time of the, I'll strike that. The company didn't put out a all-source RFP prior to filing the CPCN, correct?
Correct. It would have been a previous RFP that we had issued.
Some years ago at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask a little bit about the customer protections that Mr. West spoke to you about at length, specifically as to Mill Creek 6. The companies recognize the need for and they welcome reviews of the reasonableness of their actions, including with regard to how they proceed under CPCN authority for Mill Creek 6, right? Generally.
Correct, if you're reading from the stipulation, yes.
I think that might have been from your direct, but generally you recognize the need for reasonableness of your actions post granting of a CPCN, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also state, however, that the companies must act prudently with any authority, also recognize that you must act prudently, right? Even after being granted a CPCN.
Correct, we're subject to a prudency standard. CPCN doesn't affect directly cost recovery.
Okay. And you recognize it's the commission's purview to determine whether decisions are prudent prior to granting cost recovery then, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you recognize that regardless of that prudency, it's the commission's purview to determine the need and absence of wasteful duplication upfront prior to granting a CPCN, right?
Correct, part of the statute.
Okay. You described there are a number of after-the-fact reasonableness review criteria in the stipulation. Is it in the intention of the settlement in setting out those criteria that if they're met, the commission must determine that the investments were prudent down the line?
Well, I'm not offering a legal opinion, but I think the commission retains their authority to determine prudency.
Even after approving the stipulation?
Correct.
Okay. One of the after-the-fact sufficiency criteria in the stipulation is the 500 megawatts of executed electric service agreements under the company's proposed EHLF, right?
Correct.
Okay. I might actually come back to that, sorry. But maybe as to the cost recovery for Mill Creek 6, you described the innovative new cost recovery mechanism allows for near real-time cost recovery, right?
Correct.
So once construction starts, you can start recovering sooner, potentially.
Want to review the agreement before I answer that. The recovery starts upon in-service, not the construction.
The Mill Creek 6 cost recovery under the stipulation begins after in-service.
Correct.
Okay. And it allows for cost recovery for Mill Creek 6 to be partially offset by data center revenues then embedded in base rates, right?
That aren't embedded in base
That aren't, I'm sorry, did I say are?
I wasn't clear.
Data center revenues not then embedded in base rates, I think are your exact words.
Correct.
Okay. And it's partial offset, and it's temporary until those are rate-based, correct?
Correct, until those are accounted in setting our rates subsequent to.
Okay.
Yes.
So the revenues would not necessarily fully offset that near real-time recovery.
May or may not, depending on the size of the offset, correct.
There's no guarantee.
Correct.
All right, and the offset only applies to all demand charge revenues, including all base, intermediate, and peak demand charge revenues for rate schedules that include such demand charge components. Did I read that right?
Correct. It's trying to describe ELHF revenues that could offset it and other, as specified in the agreement, rate schedules that could be part of that offset, and it will recover all of the demand charges should that tariff include those charges.
Okay. EHLF itself doesn't have base, intermediate, or peak demand, right? They just have one demand charge in the proposed EHLF.
Correct.
Okay. So those would generally refer to other tariffs that have those sort of demand charges.
Correct.
That could be offset.
Correct. They meet the criteria specified in the settlement agreement. Yes.
the company's Tariff RS have peak demand charges,
Tariff RS,
residential service?
Mr. Conroy could give you details. I do believe there are some customers that pay that, but it's not a broadly available tariff at this point.
The basic residential service doesn't have demand charges in it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the revenue would be allocated on the Group 1 and Group 2 methodology for revenue allocation used in LG&E's environmental cost recovery surcharge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that generally tends to be favorable to industrial customers, correct?
I would say it this way, it recognizes the attributes of high load factor customers, customers who have a load factor that's higher than our system average load factor. And those typically happen to be industrial customers.
Okay. If you could we bring up Mr. Conroy's rebuttal testimony at 12? And I recognize this isn't yours. I just want to check if you tend to agree with what he states here. At the very top of page 12, could you read just that first sentence when you get there?
Is that page 12?
Of Mr. Conroy's rebuttal, yes.
What was that? Great. Is it notably, is that the sentence?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's the one.
Notably, AG-KIUC proposes to use the same Group 1, Group 2 methodology for allocating cost recovery under the GCRR, which tends to be favorable to industrial customers.
Would you, yeah, just that sentence. Would you agree then that that Group 1, Group 2 methodology, would you agree with Mr. Conroy's statement that it tends to be favorable to industrial customers?
Yes, and that was part of my prior answer to your question.
Okay,
It
just
tended
wanted to be clear.
industrial customers.
There
Yeah,
were
sure.
other words there that was an agreement.
Sure.
Okay. And Mill Creek 6 would be owned entirely by Louisville Gas and Electric Company, right?
As contemplated, where we are now with respect to where data center interest is.
Okay. And this provision only applies to Mill Creek 6, correct?
Correct. The mechanism and all applies only to Mill Creek 6, not to
Okay.
Brown 12.
Not to Brown 12. There's no such similar provision for Brown 12.
Correct.
And why is that?
Well, this was part of a stipulation, and it was part of discussions among the interveners, and there was a request by the interveners, and it was some of that request of a general nature was reflected in intervener testimony, and as a result of those discussions, as part of the stipulation, it was something that the intervening and stipulating parties found beneficial. So, as part of a compromise, we included that in the stipulation.
Previously, it was the company's position that any such properly formulated generation cost recovery mechanism should be more broadly applicable to generation costs to all new generation, not only one unit.
Correct. That would be our general perspective, yes.
Okay, but that's not the case here for what's in this stipulation.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I had about the stipulation. I wanted to start back at the top a little bit more with the case in whole, I guess. Your role at LG&E and KU is actually, you're the Executive Vice President, Engineering, Construction, and Generation for PPL Services Corp., right?
Correct.
Okay. Generally, if a final decision were to be made regarding some decision in this case, you're the one that would fall to.
Not solely, but yes, I would have input into a decision that was made that impacted any of the portions of this case.
You're the lead witness, I guess, is a way to put it for the companies here. Okay.
Yes.
The buck stops with you, generally.
Yes.
Okay. Just for example, we spoke at the IRP hearing about the 3 different load forecasts there, the low, mid, and high, and Mr. Jones and Bevington's teams put those together, but you said you were ultimately the one who was responsible for the decision that the mid was the most likely to occur.
Yes, it was definitely something that we had conversations about in the production of the IRP, and at that time, we thought for the application of the IRP that was a reasonable assumption to make.
And ultimately, that would have been your decision, with everybody else's input, of course.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ember and his group can speak more to the specifics of environmental scenarios, but there and here, the companies determined that the most likely environmental scenario is what you term in your application the ozone NAAQS plus ELG scenario, I think.
Correct.
So, okay. And I'm sure Mr. Ember gave you plenty of advice as to what was most likely there, but ultimately it's your decision. That's the most likely one. That's what we'll use for this case.
Correct.
Okay. Here the company's CPCN forecast is essentially the original mid-load forecast from the IRP, but with the high load forecast's economic development load. Do I understand that right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's how we've generally discussed it in the proceeding, yes.
The ultimate decision to make that change from the most likely in the IRP to what is used here would have fallen to you, ultimately.
Yes, it would have been, as you said earlier, upon recommendation, yes.
Okay. And recognizing it's 11:52, that might be as, I know the commission has expressed a preference for stopping at noon. That might be as good a breaking point as any. I'm happy to keep going if the commission prefers, though. I think I probably have about 30 minutes more, though.
I will accept your
I just wanted to-
recommendation for a good stopping point, so I don't have to interrupt you necessarily later for a lunch break. We are looking at at least a potentially 4-day hearing, but for today we'll try to do a full hour lunch break, and then we'll see how the other days go. If we're not getting through the witnesses very quickly, we may do shorter lunch breaks on the subsequent days, and or go later on some of the subsequent days so that we can get done by Friday. But for today, let's do a 1 hour lunch break.
Thank you.
See everybody back at 1. back on the record in case number 2025-00045. I believe, Mr. Gary, you were in the middle of your
Yes.
cross.
Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Yeah.
I hope you had a good lunch. I wanted to ask a little bit about the planning process, just sort of in the abstract first. As I understand it, one of the key steps here is determining whether the utility has sufficient reserve margin to serve all of its customers, plus, I think as one of the commenters said, like a sufficient padding or something like that, right?
So, yes, to be a little more specific, you can express our reserves in a reserve margin percentage, which is historically done. But we currently plan on a slightly different indice, loss of load probability being below 1. So it's not a set reserve margin. We do establish ranges, like in the IRP, we'll express a range of reserve margins, but just to be a little more specific on that concept.
Okay. You're a step ahead of me already. That's exactly where I was going. And you said, well, there are a few different metrics here. One is loss of load probability. Is that the same as loss of load expectation, or LOLE?
Yeah, you could, put
Use
those
those
in the same frame of reference, yes.
Okay. And you said, for ease, I'm used to hearing it as LOLE, so the companies aim for an LOLE of 1, meaning 1 day in 10 years.
Correct. 1 or below would obviously be acceptable.
And that would be a sufficient reliability. You'd have enough reserves to serve the need if you had an LOLE of 1.
Correct.
Okay. Generally, the fear is that if you don't have that sufficient capacity, there could be outages or rolling blackouts. That's what that loss of load means, right?
Correct. We would not, it represents a time in which we would not have enough resources to meet our load.
Okay.
Correct.
For purposes of the assessment, in this case, the companies use the reserve margins based on that 1 in 10 LOLE from the 2024 IRP. Correct?
Correct. Constantly looking at portfolios that would satisfy the LOLE, but premised on the concepts outlined in the IRP.
Yeah, and that reliability analysis from the IRP is still applicable now, generally.
Correct. Different portfolios for different load scenarios and the like, but yes, generally correct.
And according to your modeling, the companies have seasonal reserve margin requirements of 29% in the winter and 23% in the summer, right?
Subject to check. I don't.
Subject to check. Sound
Never
about right.
memorized. If you pointed to them somewhere, I could verify them, but yes, subject to check.
Well, I think in this record, Mr. Wilson lays them out in his direct testimony at page 23.
Okay.
But subject to check is fine for our purposes. Those sound about right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And that means that the companies plan to have 29% more generation capacity than the forecasted peak need. Am I understanding what that reserve would mean?
Correct. A reserve margin is a measure of capacity above load. Correct.
Okay. We talked at the IRP for a while about the need that the company was seeing. Do you recall our conversation that we had a couple months ago? Generally.
Generally.
If I hit something that doesn't ring a bell or sounds unfamiliar, we can go into it again. But the need for these projects is economic development.
Broadly, yes. Economic development, data center, and otherwise. Correct.
And specifically, I think you said that at that hearing, absent the data centers, the companies currently have sufficient capacity plus reserves to serve, absent the data centers, the load that would be forecasted.
I would say, as we sit here today, data centers and other economic development load, because as you're aware, and information in the records, some of the load that we're seeing that has an interest in our service territory that's non-data center is also growing.
Well, for purposes of the application and the rebuttal, economic development here means the 1,750 megawatts of generic data center load and 250 megawatts of Blue Oval SK or BOSC, right? Plus 19.4 megawatts and 20 megawatts for other new industrial facilities. I assume you're probably familiar with the 1,750 and 250 at least.
Correct, right. So the analysis was performed using a forecast that was representative of the loads that you mentioned. But I was just saying, in the record, also in other parts of the record, there's additional load that we've seen during the several months of this proceeding that has come forward.
And those weren't relied on in the application or the initial testing?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Bevington discusses more the factors that might attract the data centers that make up the bulk of that. But one of the key, and I think you have emphasized this too, is the idea of speed to market, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that means having energy to serve them as quickly as possible, right?
I would say having energy and capacity and the ability to connect them to our transmission system to be more fully respond to that question.
Okay. And absent those data centers, we just hit this, but again, absent the economic development load, the companies do have sufficient capacity. And just, maybe it's just easier if we look back at the same thing we went over at the IRP hearing. The volume 3 of the IRP contained a resource assessment that was pretty similar to the one here, I think. But there's a table there that I didn't see in the resource assessments included in this one, so I thought we'd look at volume 3 again. And specifically, PDF 87, or page 23 of the resource assessment in volume 3. Let me know when you're there.
I'm on PDF 87.
Okay, and you see table 7?
Yes.
Are we at the right place? Okay. So that table we talked about then. At the top, in the winter in 2028, the low load scenario, and we agreed that one is the one that doesn't include any economic development load, so just sort of the current forecast absent any economic development, right?
Yeah, that's my recollection of the IRP low load, correct.
Okay. And in the winter in 2028, in the low load scenario, the companies project they would have roughly a 40% reserve margin, right?
Yes, that's what this table reflects, correct.
Okay, and that's based on existing and approved resources, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
Okay. So that's absent what's being proposed here and absent the economic development for loads, so sort of the status quo ante before this application, you would have 40% excess capacity or 11% over the reserve margin needed to achieve that 1 in 10 LOLE, right?
Mr. Wilson would have to confirm the second part of your question. Mathematically, the percent of reserve margin different, but
It's higher than 29%, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that winter reserve increases by 2035 all the way up to a 45% reserve margin, right?
Correct, in 2035.
Okay. And generally that's because over that period, absent economic development load, because of energy efficiency and other gains, current ratepayers would actually decrease their usage, right?
That would be part of it.
Okay. And if the recommended plan were added to that, so you've proposed here, let's just go with the 2 NGCCs. You've proposed to add 2 645 megawatt NGCCs, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the low load scenario panned out and no economic development occurred, you'd have that 40% plus 2 extra 645 megawatt NGCCs, right?
Correct.
Okay.
If we continued down the path to construct both of those, and at the same time, no load growth occur.
Okay. In that situation, would it make sense to consider economic retirement of resources that were no longer economic in that hypothetical? to consider.
Generally, if you have excess capacity, that would be one of the things you would assess, is retiring older. Would it be economic to retire older generation on your system? You may also look to sell some of that excess to either neighboring utilities or recruit other non-native load customers.
Okay. In that scenario, if you were considering economic retirement, would the resources here be in the recommended plan, in the application, be eligible as replacement capacity?
Well, you're asking a hypothetical, so a lot really goes into that. I think what you're asking, and you confirm with me, is based on Senate Bill 4 requirements, would they be eligible as replacement capacity? Or are you asking just generically?
Yes. Is it your understanding that under Senate Bill 4, these would or would not be eligible as replacement capacity?
I object to that question, Your Honor. It calls for a legal conclusion in the construction of the statute.
I'm just asking the company's understanding. Would these be eligible to be used? It's part of the planning process to determine whether they have other options down the line.
It doesn't matter whether it's the company's understanding. The question still seeks a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, if I may, I would just observe that Mr. Beller's testimony has multiple citations to regulations and statutes, and so I think his opinion about the company's understanding of law is both offered in his direct testimony and relevant to the commission.
I think it does seek a legal conclusion, but maybe you could ask it a different way.
That's all right, I'll move on. In the application and supporting testimony, the companies actually confirmed that aside from possibility of retirement of other resources, based on the approved resources from the 2022 case, so that's Mill Creek 5 and the DSM plan, right?
Correct.
Okay, based on those resources, the companies can already accommodate the announced 402 megawatt Campground Road data center and announced 19.4 megawatt customer expansion and BOSC phase 1, right?
Subject to check, I believe that is what we put forth. I know in our recommended plan, not the plan that's represented by the stipulation, we could accommodate up to 630 megawatts by 2028 and 2029, but I don't have committed to memory what that other amount is, whether we would have enough for 400 megawatts, but obviously other witnesses could verify that.
Okay. So by 27, 28, you would have, with the resources in the application, sufficient capacity to serve 600 megawatts. And the only thing I understand to be coming online new by 2028 in the application originally was the Cane Run BESS, right?
Correct.
So with just that added resource, you would already be able to serve 600 plus megawatts of new load.
In 28 and 29.
By
correct.
28 or 29. You'd
Correct.
already have capacity just with the BESS added to serve 600 megawatts
Correct.
of additional load. Okay. And you recognize there's some degree of uncertainty about exactly how much data center load and non-data center load will come and exactly when.
Correct.
You recognize that uncertainty, I think, in your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. You also recognize that this is unprecedented for the companies, the commission, the interveners. Really, there's no historic precedent to judge that likelihood for the companies or the commission.
With respect to data center load, for sure, we've not seen data centers in the magnitude by any stretch of the imagination that have occurred in the past. Correct.
Okay. And the data center developers are pretty sophisticated actors, right?
Yes.
They do their market research. They probably shop around some.
I would assume, yes.
Okay. And in this case, you have stated that if the CPCNs were denied, the data center developers wouldn't locate here.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
They'd simply decide to locate elsewhere.
Correct. If we weren't able to serve their needs, obviously they would have to go somewhere else because we wouldn't be able to connect them to our system.
Okay. So it's not like they would build the data centers, if this were denied, they wouldn't be building 1,750 megawatts of data centers in the company's territory.
Unlikely.
Okay. So we wouldn't actually see an increase of that LOLE. We wouldn't see more load shed if the CPCN were denied.
Correct. We wouldn't be serving that incremental load.
Okay. Wanted to turn to something else we talked about at the IRP hearing, and because we already covered this, I'm going to hopefully be able to go a little bit quicker and not hit as much. But back to your promotion that we mentioned at the beginning, you're the executive. Give me the full title again. Sorry, I have to flip back to get the.
Sure. Executive Vice President of Engineering, Construction, and Generation.
For PPL Services Corporation, right?
That's correct.
Which is broader than just LG&E and KU.
Correct.
Okay. As part of that role, you're generally aware of the company's investment strategies and attempts to attract investors.
Yes.
Okay. Reports to investors come across your desk. I assume you see those when they're made?
Yes.
Okay. I'd have to put this on the other side. I'd like to bring up what I'll mark as JI Exhibit 1 and just highlight a couple of things really quickly. So I've plugged in, I don't know anything else. Yeah.
I hope you haven't found a bug in our new courtroom, Mr. Gary.
Well, it's the same device we've always used.
All right.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So we talked about a different report previously, but this one, the second quarter 2025 investor update was made. Oh, and oh, there it is. This was made just last week, right?
Correct.
July 31st. But we talked about a previous iteration of something similar. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Does this look familiar to you? You've seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you say how you recognize it?
It's gone now from the screen. Let's see.
I swear I'm not touching anything. While we're working to get that back up, you saw the cover page. I won't get into any details. On its face, did it appear to be an accurate copy of the second quarter investor update?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move to admit JI Exhibit 1.
Do we need to see?
We can wait until we can see it again.
Okay. There we go.
There we go. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It'd be admitted, and that's in interveners 1?
Yes. And this is, as it says on its face, a report for investors. So we talked last time, you said it showed some information that would be important for investors, right?
Correct. The main audience would be our investors. Yes.
Okay. And at page 5, it actually talks about the stipulation agreement, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And there it says that the Cane Run battery storage request to be withdrawn without prejudice and may refile. Right below that, it says no change to capital plan or rate-based projections, right?
Yes.
So even without the Cane Run VES, the company still have the same CapEx investment plan.
So what this is referring to, the second part, it says company expects incremental T&D investment needs over the plan period. So over the plan period, that bullet was meant to convey that when we update our capital plan in the future, it would be very similar to the current capital plan.
So the same amount of investment?
Correct.
Even without the Cane Run VES being approved?
Correct. That's what that bullet point was intended to convey.
And over the plan period, that goes out more than just a year. I think there's a 4-year CapEx plan in here, is that right?
Correct. Yeah, 4 years, generally 4 years. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll show that in just actually, maybe that's where I'm heading. All right, let's look at that four-year CapEx plan. This is page 26 of that report, and this is broken down by the different jurisdictions that PPL has utilities in, right?
Yes,
Okay, and in Kentucky, just to be clear, it's just LG&E and KU, right?
correct.
And the companies don't have any other utilities outside the ones applying here in Kentucky. So this is all LG&E and KU planned investment, right?
Correct, correct.
Okay.
LG&E and KU operations plus ODP
Plus-
for KU, yes. In
Gotcha.
Virginia, yes.
Okay. And that four-year plan total is 9.875 billion, correct?
Yes,
Or 9,875 million, if you want to phrase it the way the Brits do.
right.
And that's unchanged from that previous report that we talked about before, right?
Subject to check.
Subject to check.
If you've compared the information, but. I
Well, and that's
made
what
that
it says on
comparison,
page 6 that we talked about a moment ago, right? This is what it's referring to as unchanged. No
Well-
change to capital plan or rate-based projections.
No.
The capital plan, this isn't the capital plan?
This is the capital plan, but that comment is referring to if the stipulation were approved and the battery was removed from the investment plan reflected on this slide, that the overall capital investment plan for the corporation would remain unchanged.
So it would still involve $9.875 billion of capital expenditures in Kentucky over the next 4 years.
Not necessarily. That bullet point refers to the battery being removed from the PPL corporate capital plan, obviously in LG&E and KU, but it doesn't necessarily, that comment doesn't mean all those replacement investment dollars would be in Kentucky. They could be in Pennsylvania, they could be in Rhode Island. That was the purpose
So
of
it's
the bullet.
PPL wide, you're gonna make up that 775 million through other investments
Correct.
in one jurisdiction or another.
Correct.
And Kentucky makes up the majority of the company's, well, their CapEx plan here, as well as their current investments. I think LG&E and KU were somewhere around half, give or take.
Correct. Yeah, from this exhibit, 9.9 billion out of around 20 billion, yes.
So you expect additional expenditures of one form or another as replacement for that investment? At least some portion of which would be in Kentucky, presumably.
Yeah, and I wouldn't call them replacement. As a regulated utility, and, system requirements change all the time, as you would imagine. Any exhibit such as this or a snapshot in time, and all that bullet point was meant to convey is since we took this snapshot, and between now and the time that we'll provide the investment community another snapshot of our capital plan, we've seen other investment opportunities arise or investment needs arise within our regulated utilities that would make up that difference. I don't mean to blow out your question no more than it was, but it's not a replacement. We're not seeing it as a replacement for that. We're just telling the investment community that there are more investments that have become available to the companies needed for our customers since the snapshot, and we'll update them maybe in the fall, fourth quarter, with our typical capital plan update.
Okay. And that capital expenditure plan, I think if I recall correctly from the IRP hearing, was the part that you specifically said was important information for investors, right?
Correct, yes. They
And
would
that's-
be interested in, what the companies, the type of resources, the companies, and the companies in which, the individual operating segments that we're investing in.
And part of the reason that's important to investors is because capital expenditures are what the companies earn a rate of return on, correct?
So typical regulatory construct, yes.
So the more you invest, the more investors can expect a rate of return.
Correct. The larger the investment, assuming recovery of that investment, the larger return there would be. And it's their anticipation, our investors, that if we make investments, we're going to receive a return on those investments.
And that's right. speaking of return, I just wanted to turn to a couple other things that affect that return. On page 12 of this, you give overview, well, the companies, when I say you, sorry, give overview of the second quarter financial results. And one of the specific bullet points here I wanted to highlight, sort of the inverse of that. You report in the second bullet, the sub-point here, the second bullet being about a decrease in the ongoing earnings. And part of that was due to more favorable weather in Q2, correct?
Correct.
So because the weather was a little bit nicer, there was a little bit less energy usage, the company saw a lower earning per share.
So what, this is a comparison between the two quarters, Q2 '24 and Q2 '25. So that particular phrase you read, it said more favorable weather in Q2 '24. It's really just comparing the weather in '25 to '24. For margin production, the weather in '24 was more favorable, warmer, and it could be warmer generally because it's Q2 than it was in '25.
Okay. And specifically, the next page after that, it mentions the bullet, the second stack here with the revenue neutral, I guess, or the earnings neutral, 0, sales volumes, primarily weather. So when there's nicer weather, when people use less energy, the company makes less money for investors.
Generally, correct.
Okay. I think that's all I had with regards to this, so I'm going to take it down and stop sharing. And I think I just have a couple more questions for you. But following up on that, the conclusion that I'm getting, if the companies don't get approval now for these CPCNs, you stated in your direct testimony that the companies would not attract the data centers, correct? That's what we started with.
Correct. The data centers or, as you walked me through earlier, any significant incremental load that we hadn't already talked about.
Over that 400 megawatts that
Correct.
you already have capacity to
Yes.
serve. 400 megawatts plus Louisville stage 1, I think.
Correct, which we're currently serving part of that, but it's not at its full production, yes.
Okay. And just on Louisville, you already have capacity to serve both phases of that, correct? Absent any other economic development load coming.
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's, to date, if I am not mistaken, the largest economic development event that has happened, perhaps in Kentucky's history. Is that right?
In terms of megawatts of load, from a utilities perspective, yes. It's the largest incremental load coming on our system that I've been involved with.
And you already have capacity to serve that?
Correct.
Okay. Plus the necessary reserve margin to hit that 1 in 10 LOLE.
Correct, particularly based on, the updates that we've been provided as to when that load is going to materialize, yes.
Okay. So we don't see an increase in LOLE if this is denied. We see fewer economic development opportunities, but not none, right?
Not zero, correct.
And the companies can reapply, potentially down the line. A denial here does not necessarily foreclose the companies from ever coming back, right?
Well, that's a hypothetical. It would obviously depend on how the commission, what's said in their order.
Well, let's take the BESS in the stipulation. You specifically worked out that the BESS is being withdrawn without prejudice, and the companies can come back and apply again for that, right?
Correct, if the commission approves the stipulation
If the
as it's
stipulation
written, yes.
But what's really missed out is the companies miss out on earning that return now, because you're not getting that extra economic development load, right?
Help me with the context of, as it relates to the battery or more broadly?
No, more broadly. If the CPCNs were denied, the companies would not attract that economic development load, the data centers primarily in the application, right? those would not come.
Most likely, correct.
And the companies would miss out on some portion of that capital expenditure plan.
Correct, and
I assume some portion of that's worked into that capital expenditure plan in the investor report.
yes, and of course, we wouldn't have data centers in our communities, which are, in our view and our legislature's view, an important attribute to support.
And the company's investors would miss out on earning that return on any capital expenditures not able to be made if the CPCNs were denied.
If you're talking about a return on those specific investments,
Yes.
yes, we would be unable to make those specific investments.
Okay. The last time we talked about the investor report, one of the things that was mentioned in there was the company's legislative strategy. Do you remember talking about that broadly?
Yes.
Okay. And it was mentioned in that investor report that part of the company's strategy was influencing state energy strategy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you just mentioned the legislature, and in your testimony, both on direct and rebuttal, you mentioned those incentives adopted by the legislature to attract data centers.
Yes.
Those are described in there, right? Would that be legislation the companies had specifically worked on influencing?
From my knowledge, I would say we would have been supportive of that legislation in terms of attracting new load and the economic benefits that provides to the communities that we serve.
Did the companies lobby for that?
I'm not aware specifically or otherwise if, and obviously it depends on what your definition of lobbying is, but I'm not aware of that.
Not sure one way or another.
Correct.
Okay. I just had one last set of questions. Returning to the stipulation, one of the after-the-fact metrics sufficient to show prudence if the stipulation is adopted in the cost recovery is having a total of at least 500 megawatts of executed electric service agreements under the company's proposed rate EHLF by 2031, by the in-service date of Mill Creek 6, right?
Correct.
First, we spoke just a minute ago about the need for these CPCNs, and you confirmed that with the approved resources from the previous CPCN and the DSM plan there, the companies can accommodate 402 megawatts of the Campground Road data center already, right?
Correct.
And presumably that, maybe it's a question for Mr. Bevington, but presumably that would be eligible to sign up under rate EHLF, right?
Yes, that's contemplated, yes.
Okay. Can you state whether they have signed an electric service agreement yet?
They have not signed an agreement that would be equivalent to signing on to the EHLF tariff. The EHLF tariff is not in force, but they haven't signed an energy service agreement because we would contemplate if someone did sign an energy services agreement before the EHLF tariff is approved, that it would that agreement would look identical to the EHLF tariff. But they have not executed something of that nature.
They haven't signed an ESA yet?
Correct.
Okay. Can you reconcile for the commission then, if you already have capacity to serve 402 megawatts of data center load, plus at least the first phase of BOSC, how 500 megawatts of confirmed subscribed data center load would be sufficient to grant cost recovery for Mill Creek 6?
So, of course, this is a settlement agreement, something we reach with all the parties. And as I mentioned before, 500, and I think I used an example, 525 megawatt data center would be committing, signed up under that tariff to pay $1.4 billion of minimum demand charges. So I would offer that as justification, not that they're exactly comparable, but the cost of the combined cycle is very similar to that value.
But the companies could already serve 400 of those megawatts, given current resources, right? And absent the approval of the CPCNs, you could see the approval of a 400 megawatt data center that would pay those same rates even without constructing that CPCN, right? You could still serve them, you could still get those demand charges, even absent the approval of the CPCN, right?
Yeah, pending, as we said, that the 400 is the right number. We said subject to check.
Subject to check.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Sierra
Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Beller.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tony Mendoza, and I represent Sierra Club in this case. I just want to clear up a little bit some of that question with Mr. Gary at the end. So at this moment, you have no signed electric service agreements with any data centers. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to go to some questions that you answered this morning from Mr. West from the Attorney General's office. Do you recall a question and your explanation of how the extremely large, high load factor tariff would have some protections for existing customers? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you talked about how there would be a 15-year minimum contract and exit fees and some other provisions?
Correct.
And those protections would only apply, of course, if a large load customer signed an electric security agreement, right?
If the EH-LF tariff is approved in the rate case and a customer is on that tariff, they obviously meet the criteria for that. That's where those conditions would apply.
And they have to agree to take service, right? So there's no protections absent the large data center, being willing to commit significant resources to your service territory and accept those requirements, right?
Correct. They could not take service if they meet the criteria of that tariff. They couldn't take service unless they, obviously agreed and signed that agreement and put up the security that's in that agreement, as you're aware. Yes.
And I don't mean to belabor the point, but just to make clear, let's assume the commission approves the tariff. The existence of the tariff by itself doesn't provide protections absent that step of the developer or the data center company being willing to accept service under those terms, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember another set of questions with Mr. West where you talked about how a new customer would help pay off fixed costs of the system and through that mechanism kind of lower rates for other customers? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember we were talking about the protections in the EH-LF tariff. Yes. I remember.
And again, not to belabor the point, but that would only occur if they agreed to accept the tariff requirements and accepted all the conditions that it comes with.
Correct.
Okay. And then hypothetically, if you built the gas plants in this case, and those customers don't show up, there's a potential for cost increases for your existing customers, right? Through things like stranded assets, isn't that right?
So, it's a lot of hypotheticals there. That assumes, one, that we move forward and build when there's no data center or other economic development load coming, and we go ahead and build these assets in that instance. And it also assumes that there are no other mitigating measures that we took in the interim, as we outlined partially in the stipulation agreement, meaning looking to sell that capacity and energy to data centers and other operating utility service territory, other off-system sales, sale of a part of the unit. So it assumes a lot of hypotheticals to get to that point. But if we didn't do any of that and didn't try to mitigate it, we would have excess capacity, as we've talked about in prior testimony.
And that could put pressure on rates for your existing customers, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you talk about how the Cane Run battery project, now withdrawn, provided flexibility if your load growth doesn't show up quite as much as you were planning, because batteries are modular, and if you don't need 400 megawatts, you could say get 300 or 200 or 150. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And
And
the
the timing too, yes, embedded in that's the timing in which we would construct those assets, correct. Not only the size, but the timing is the only point.
Thank you, Mr.
Add to
Bell.
that.
And the other resources at issue in this case don't have that kind of scalability, right? The proposed SCR for Gent Unit 2, you either build it or you don't. You can't build half an SCR for a coal unit, right?
Well, you wouldn't, correct.
Right. And you're proposing two one-by-one gas plants. Each one has a combustion turbine, essentially similar to a jet engine, and where the excess heat goes into an old-fashioned steam turbine. And so you're building two of those machines, one-by-ones, at two different sites, and you don't really have an opportunity to say, you know, we're just going to build half of one of those. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So the choices you have here to face the uncertain load growth, uncertain economic development that you're facing, you don't have as many switches to move as you did maybe at the time this case was filed. Is that fair?
Correct. So if you're talking in the context of the stipulation, that's correct. We still retain the flexibility to file that battery proposal at a later date. We're also requesting that Mill Creek 2, which is around a 300 megawatt unit, remain in service, which provides additional capacity to meet the load growth that's in the CPCN forecast in that interim period while it's operating. Let's say from mid-27 to mid-31 is the broad range of extended operation we anticipate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beller. And you say throughout your testimony that the companies can be trusted to act prudently even after a CPCN is granted to kind of see if it makes sense to proceed with construction at different logical points in the process. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
And thank you. And that applies to both the gas resources and the SCR proposed in this case, right? That general prudency concept.
Yes, and that trust or that belief is based on past actions we've taken, but also the regulatory construct is that when we receive a CPCN, in general, that does not dictate cost recovery, that prudency is still required.
And that's a good thing too, because it encourages you to keep costs low for customers and not just assume, hey, we have approval here, we can essentially do whatever we want. I mean, you wouldn't do that, but it's a good rule to make sure that you're reassessing your decision-making as facts change and as regulatory environment changes, other things, markets for different commodities change. Is that fair?
That's fair. I would agree with that.
Okay. And on the SCR, is the decision to proceed, is that ultimately going to be your decision?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. And I have a hypothetical for you. The hypothetical is that there is no good neighbor plan that applies to Kentucky and no other regulatory requirement that requires an SCR. In that situation, would you make the decision to proceed on the SCR?
So you have to unpack your hypothetical. I mean, I believe that there is a requirement to do that today, and I don't see that requirement going away, and there's testimony in the record that supports the specifics of that. So if in your hypothetical, which I don't like to engage in, if that somehow went away, our expectations and our beliefs that exist today based on current regulation, if somehow those regulations were reversed, then the companies wouldn't move forward with that investment.
And just to be precise, if there is no specific SCR requirement, you would not proceed with the construction of the SCR, is that right?
Well, I'm not going to go back on testimony we have in the record because you're asking about a hypothetical, but if the foundations that we're supporting in the record were to be removed through regulatory action and our obligations that we see and we've outlined in the record, of course we wouldn't make the investment.
Okay. And then let's assume the SCR is built, but there was no requirement for it. Would you operate the SCR?
Again, that's a hypothetical. As a practical matter, if you build an SCR, and this is a little technical. The SCR is placed in the flue gas stream, meaning the exhaust gases of the unit go through that unit. They don't do well if you're not operating the SCR as intended. So with a little bit of a technical explanation, very high level, we would most likely operate it. And it provides benefit. It's removing NOx from the air, and there's an environmental benefit of operating it also.
So there's an environmental benefit to operate it, and there's also an operational benefit because the equipment kind of works better. But there's also a cost, is there not? There's an incremental cost to operate the SCR every day you operate it, right?
Correct.
And
reagent cost, and you're absorbing you're using the catalyst, which is the reactant part of it. Yes.
And those costs can be significant, you know, in the order of magnitude of tens of millions a year. Isn't that right?
I don't know if they're that significant, but I haven't looked at our ammonia consumption and maintenance for SCRs in a while, but we could definitely provide that as a post-hearing data request. But they're not insignificant costs, I'll admit to that.
Okay, and I'll cover that with Mr. Ember, and then if we need to do a data request, we will take you up on that. And you would intend, those reagent costs or those incremental costs of operating the SCR, you would intend to recover those from your regulated customers, right?
Correct, through our, as proposed, through our environmental cost recovery mechanism.
Okay. And today, what is your do you have any data center customers today?
Yes, there are data centers served on our system. None of the class that would fit, let's call it the ELHF tariff, none of the 100 megawatt or above data centers. But we serve lots of data centers in our service territory today.
And to your knowledge, what's the largest of the existing ones in terms of their peak energy use?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but we don't have any that approach that 100 megawatts or 100 MVA that's specified in that tariff.
Okay. And so all of the company's statements in the case about your confidence in the hyperscaler data center industry and artificial intelligence and all these things, none of that confidence comes from your experience working with them as customers, right?
As existing customers, no, but as prospective customers, yes.
And conversely, with say your auto customers, say Ford and Toyota, you have a long history of by now working with them, right?
Yes, they have been producing vehicles for a number of years, yes.
And so you have, you've gained experience in judging the credibility of those customers, right? When you talk to them frequently, if they say, you know, we're intending to expand this project or this plant, you can assess the credibility of that statement from the experience of having served them as customers for a long time. Isn't that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's talk about Blue Oval a little bit more. So this might be a little bit repetitive, Mr. Gary's, but I'll try to cut out the repetition. So just for some context, it's a factory to build electric vehicle batteries, right?
Yeah.
And it's a joint venture of Ford and a South Korean company, right?
Yeah.
And they're planning to do this plant in 2 phases. Phase 1, phase 2, and I think they call phase 1 Kentucky 1 and phase 2 Kentucky 2. Is that fair?
Yeah, two buildings which would effectively contain one battery production train, if you will.
And phase 1, as you had said earlier, is already in operation, but maybe not fully ramped up to its maximum output. Is that right?
In terms of electric production, yes. I'm familiar with electric production, not volume of output. Mr. Bevington would be more familiar with the volume of output of the facility, but as it relates to electric production, they are not yet at what we would see their full production load to be.
Okay. And phase 2 of the project is in what's, in this case, referred to as the 2025 CPCN load forecast. Is that right?
Correct, at a later period.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with some documents?
Is this in the record already?
It's not.
Show the applicant's counsel.
I'm sorry?
Show applicant's counsel.
Yep.
would just say about these, Your Honor, these appear to be based on their web addresses, news articles taken from news providers. Sierra Club has pre-labeled them Exhibits 1 and 2. Mr. Beller can answer questions about these documents if he has knowledge about them, but certainly he is not employed by either of these news providers. I don't know whether he's ever even read these documents.
Well, he can attempt to lay a foundation.
That's right.
And Your Honor, to the extent there was an objection, I would just note.
That's not an objection. I just pointed out the fundamental problem with these documents. I'll object when the time comes.
Okay.
That's necessary.
Fair enough. Let's start with what's been marked as Sierra Club Exhibit 1, which is a news article from a Kentucky news agency, the WDRB, dated June 3rd, 2025, with an update of June 4th, 2025. And the headline is more than 1,000 people are preparing for production at one of the two massive plants in Hardin County, scheduled to begin in 2025. Mr. Beller, would you look down at maybe the second paragraph there? Are you familiar with this person, Michael Adams, the CEO of Blue Oval?
No.
Okay. Would you flip to the second page with me here, towards the bottom? And where it says, while the timeline for Kentucky 1 appears solid, production at the second plant, Kentucky 2, has been delayed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's look at the next page. And sort of the second paragraph, do you see, in the end, that will be a market decision. The market is telling us that Kentucky 2 is not ready. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then let's look at Sierra Club Exhibit 2, which is a newspaper article dated August 1st, 2025. The headline is about a union election, but I want to point you to the language on the second page, the very last sentence of the article. There's some other language on here from their website, but just the last sentence of the article that says, operations at the second plant are on indefinite hold due to soft EV demand. Do you see that?
Yes.
In your communications with Blue Oval, would you agree with the statements that they've been making into the press that they do not intend to go forward with Blue Oval 2 on an indefinite timeline?
And I'll object to that question, Your Honor. He's asking about statements made in this document, right, and whether they're consistent with what Mr. Beller has heard. If counsel wants to ask questions to Mr. Beller about communications that he's aware of, that he's had with the Blue Oval folks, he has personal knowledge of those. He has no personal knowledge of whether the quotes in this article are correct or whether these articles are even legitimate.
Yeah, he can answer if he knows.
So, I'm aware that the second plant, the second building, its production has been delayed. I would defer to Mr. Bevington, who has more regular conversations, if you're interested in what the most recent conversations we've had with that customer.
But within your personal knowledge, you agree it's delayed, too?
Correct. Delayed from the original schedule, yes.
Do you agree that it's been indefinitely delayed?
Again, I would defer the indefinitely descriptor to Mr. Bevington because he has those regular conversations with the customer.
And Your Honor, I would move to admit these exhibits. They're relevant to the key issue in this case of the reliability of, the reliability of the economic load forecast. Obviously, the commission can take them with the appropriate weight. In terms of a sort of a foundation exhibit, this witness relied on news reporting from these same outfits in his own testimony, and I would point you to his rebuttal, Mr. Beller's rebuttal testimony, page 3, footnote 3. He relies on a news article from WDRB Investigates to talk about, they had done a report on data center development, which he cites to in his own testimony. And there's also a citation to some Politico, which is a political journal that covers politics about data centers, and that's cited too. Mr. Ballar is not an author of that document either. And so I think it's fine to include those those items in testimony as he's done, and I think we're just trying to add a little bit more factual information for the commission to take into consideration with the appropriate weight about the likelihood that the economic forecast is reasonable that they're offering in this case.
Mr. Beller has citations in his testimony to things that he has read that he knows comes from the author or the provider of those articles. So it's fair game for him to testify about those and to put those in his testimony as cites. These are documents that are purported to have been printed out from news sites that Mr. Beller may not have even read today. There's no authentication that's been made to substantiate the authenticity of these documents. It's just something that's been printed out and handed to Mr. Beller. He can answer questions, and I think it's perfectly appropriate to have questions about the status of Blue Oval. And he has answered the ones he can, and he has deferred to Mr. Bevington on the ones he cannot. So I don't see any reason to admit these into evidence. I understand the commission is not bound by the technical rules of evidence per statute, but this is going far afield from that, Your Honor.
If there were a jury to confuse, I would not admit this, because I don't think a proper foundation has been laid. However, the jury's already seen it, and I don't know how harmful that would be to allow it in. I'm going to allow it in and give it the appropriate weight.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so let's talk about EPC agreements for transmission very briefly. So any new large, extremely large load data center customer, they need generation service. They also need transmission upgrades. Isn't that right?
Generally, they would need some transmission infrastructure to be constructed to be able to serve their needs, yes.
And the mechanism that the companies would recover those costs is through these EPC contracts. Isn't that right? Let me rephrase.
Yes.
The mechanism that you would financially bind the data center customer to pay those costs is through an engineering procurement and construction contract. Isn't that right?
Correct. So if a large customer approaches us for service, and we are required to make certain investments in our infrastructure, obviously the customer would make their own investments on their side of the meter and their infrastructure. But if we, as a company, are required, and it's of a significant investment level, if we have to pre-order equipment, for example, before they're actually taking service, then we would ask for some surety that if that customer did not ultimately take service, that the customers or the companies wouldn't be responsible for expenditures incurred. There's a whole different arrangement once the customer takes service and starts paying our tariff rates.
Okay, and so for a residential customer, maybe you wouldn't require them to enter into a contract that puts them on the hook for distribution or transmission upgrades. But for these large load customers, the cost could be so significant that you want a contract that binds them before you start building, say, $50 million of transmission system upgrades, just to...
Correct.
Okay. And at the time the interveners filed testimony in this case, we did discovery, and it was our understanding at the time that we filed testimony that you had one EPC contract with a large customer, and that was the campground facility.
Correct.
And is it, at the time, I believe that campground EPC was originally executed at the end of 2024. Is that about, does that roughly track your recollection?
Something to check. I'm sure the information's in the record.
But that 2024 EPC with campground did not have a financial security commitment, right?
I would defer to Mr. Bevington. He'd be more familiar with that agreement. Those agreements would have been part of his responsibility to negotiate, yes.
We'll take that up with Mr. Bevican. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. And staff?
Good afternoon, Mr. Beller.
Good afternoon.
So if there's any questions that I have for you that would be better suited for a different witness, just let me know. So I just want to start with asking a follow-up question to something that Mr. Gary asked you. You said that since the beginning of the case, additional load has come forward. I was wondering for non-data center economic development load, if you could estimate about how much additional load has come forward?
So in our testimony, we have looked at our queue that we've talked about a lot in the record, the economic development queue, and I believe there's in excess of over 500 megawatts of non-data center load that has expressed interest in our service territory in the queue that we're currently maintaining.
And since this case has started, has any of those signed any electric service contracts?
I would defer to Mr. Bevington to make that complete of a statement. I'm not aware of any extremely large commitments, but there may be smaller commitments that have entered into agreements.
So now I'm going to kind of ask you a few questions in regards to both the Brown BESS and the Cane Run BESS. So I'm kind of looking at LG and EKU's response to staff's second request, item 12. I don't know how specifically you need to look at it, but it discusses kind of the OEM supplier for the Brown BESS have assessed the material for each with plans sourcing from China. I was wondering, following the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, as well as tariff concerns, if the companies have reassessed what amount of material would be sourced from China?
And this is related to the Brown BESS,
Yes,
to be
that's
specific. Yeah, I think there's other. Yes, we have a current estimate for the value of that material, and obviously tracking the different tariff levels. I believe the current tariff level is 30%, and so we're aware of the cost impact that we expect with our battery supplier and what that scope of supply would be from China that would receive the 30% tariff. Subject to check, the base tariff assumption was 10%, but now it's 30%.
Do you have another source? Do you know if you have another source?
Another source? Well, we've progressed fairly along on the Brown BESS, and our current selected vendor doesn't have another source, doesn't have a U.S. source at this time. Our conversations would suggest that later in time they would, but in order to facilitate the Brown BESS installation schedule, they would have to buy material from China and incur that tariff.
And do you know generally what are some other alternatives to Chinese manufactured parts for the BESS?
So as I just stated, now China is typically some scope of supplier. We're going with the U.S. supplier of batteries, but they still have to source some materials from China. And as I said to the chair's question, my current knowledge today is there are very few, if any, options that are totally sourced from U.S. based, but in the future there may be more. Mr. Cummins may be more specifically aligned as to what those other options might be.
Okay. And does the One Big Beautiful Bill impact the company's ability to receive an ITC in relation to the Brown BESS?
No, we do not believe so. There is, if you want to call it, a safe harbor for having started construction, and we continue to believe that we'd be able to demonstrate the start of construction on Brown BESS. And the Big Beautiful Bill has extended those credits to, I think, 2033. So we don't, for in-service all the way out to 2033. So we don't think there'll be any risk of us not being able to claim the stated tax credit.
Do you think it will be impacted at all by the foreign entity of concern restrictions?
So with respect to start construction, those foreign entity of concern restrictions don't have to be satisfied, but we have done calculations. There are also percent of scope limitations in the Big Beautiful Bill, and we think we would meet those, but we also don't think it's necessary for those to apply because we have begun construction in 2025.
And I was wondering, as a post-hearing data request, if you could provide the expected value of materials for the Brown BESS And also, as a post-hearing data request, could you provide an update on the current estimate for the Brown BES?
Yes, we can do that.
And for the Cane Run BES, how do you expect the foreign entity of concern restrictions to impact that?
So, two perspectives on that. If the Brown BES were approved as filed, we would look at three criteria that are in the bill. One, would we be able to start construction in 2025 and satisfy the requirements like we have on the Brown BES? The other thing is we look at that percentage of foreign supply, and again, if the Cane Run BES were to go into service as filed in the CPCN, it's our belief that the scope of supply from foreign battery manufacturers as a percent, they're different size batteries, so the dollar values are different, would be very similar, and so we think we could satisfy that requirement. Now, if you talk about the Brown BES as it's in the stipulation, there would be a natural delay in that if the stipulation were approved, because by terms of that, the companies would withdraw their CPCN request for that to be submitted at a future date. And in that scenario, our belief is we file it, let's say, for a hypothetical, we filed for a request for Brown batteries in the first quarter of 26. There's a process, 8-month process for CPCN. We believe in that scenario, in conversations with our battery supplier, that in-service date would be close to 29, not the 28 in-service that's in the CPCN. And we would have U.S. sourced options that the chair just asked about, and then we wouldn't have the foreign entities of concern. So sorry about the long explanation, but there are a lot of moving parts in all of this.
So if it's withdrawn and resubmitted in early 2026, for example, you would have a better chance at U.S. sourced parts, but would you miss out completely on the ITC?
No, the ITC in the big beautiful bill is that credits are extended to 33. And if we could, in that scenario, in the stipulation scenario, if we could get all U.S. sourced, we could increase the tax credit. The assumption was 40% ITC. It would go to 50% if we could source all the material from U.S. source. So,
which part is realistic? Is that realistic? That it could be sourced off in the U.S.?
Yes, our battery manufacturer conversations that we've had with them is if the in-service date were toward 29, let's say it that generally, that there would be a possibility that they could produce all the battery parts locally or in the U.S. and then we would be able to apply for an additional 10%. So in the Cane Run BES, that's around $80 million more tax credit.
And that wouldn't matter when you began construction then? That's what I had understood about the Brown, is that you are getting certain leeway because you already started construction.
Correct, and the leeway in the Brown BES is we don't have to demonstrate anything, being real gentle here, anything with respect to the foreign entities of concern. If we don't start in 25, then we either have to come in under a defined percentage of the scope of the project, or we have to demonstrate that there was no procurement of battery components from a foreign entity of concern.
Sorry, go ahead, Steph.
And is it still the company's position that you would be eligible for a 40% ITC in terms of the BES if it were to move forward in this case?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So is it still the company's position that there would be the eligibility to receive a 40% ITC for the BES, in this case, the Cane Run BES?
Yes, yes. We believe we could receive 40 if the 40% ITC if the project were approved as filed. In the stipulation, we believe there's a chance that we could get a 50% credit, mainly because the stipulation requires a delay of in-service.
In the company's response to the Attorney General and the KIUC's first request for information, item 29A attachment, they provide the Cane Run Best project schedule. At this time, is LG&E KU continuing to follow the project schedule, or is that schedule being delayed?
What's that reference again?
It's the Attorney General and KIUC's first request for information, item 29A attachment, is the Cane Run Best project schedule.
Rick, can you highlight the in-service date? It's hard to read. Keep going down, it would be in the EPC construction scope. Commercial operation would be I know we have updated that. Mr. Cummins could give you the precise date as to
Okay.
when the in-service date would be.
Okay. And as a post-hearing data request, could we just have that updated schedule?
Yes.
Thank you. So now I'm going to shift gears and kind of ask some questions about the Mill Creek 2 life extension. And I'm first going to look at LG&E KU's supplemental response to the KCA's first request, item 4, at page 4. That's the report in regards to the Mill Creek 2 life extension. I was wondering if it was still LG&E KU's position that a short-term Mill Creek 2 life extension could be a reasonable cost option in addition to, but not in lieu of LG&E KU's requested CPCN resources.
Yes, with respect to the stipulation, and of course, this response was devised before the stipulation was entered into. Depending on economic development, load growth, we believe that the Mill Creek 2 life extension provides a number of benefits that we've outlined, yes.
And could you explain when Mill Creek 2 is retired, whether the facility is planned to be dismantled and removed from the site?
So, with respect, so the system to orient, Mill Creek has 4 coal units, Mill Creek 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mill Creek 1 has already been retired, in place. I'm not aware of any plans that we've developed to date to tear down Mill Creek 2. Those will be devised potentially later. We are building 1 combined cycle currently on the Mill Creek site and are applying for a second combined cycle in this case. But those can be constructed with Mill Creek 1 and 2 being retired in place and not taken down.
And have the companies considered the possibility of repurposing Mill Creek Unit 1 or Mill Creek Unit 2 once it retires as a synchronous condenser?
Synchronous condenser? I'm not aware of us performing that analysis. I've not seen any information on that, so I don't believe we've considered that.
Could you explain, in order to extend the life of Mill Creek 2 past 2027 through 2031, what environmental upgrades might be needed to continue to operate?
So with respect to environmental upgrades, what we've assumed as, and we have to go through some regulatory processes that are outlined in the record, that we would not need significant upgrades. One of the things we looked at for operating past 31 would be an SCR. Mill Creek 2 does not have an SCR. So through 31, our assumption has been no environmental upgrades would be required.
So with no SCR, when would the companies anticipate to run Mill Creek 2?
So as we've evaluated it in the case, we'd be able to operate year-round is what we've assumed. But again, we would have to receive the environmental approvals that we outlined in the case, the changes to permits and submission of studies and other things that we've outlined in the case.
Do you think as a post-hearing data request, you could provide an annual breakdown of the projects included in the $72 million stay open cost for Mill Creek 2?
Yes, we can provide that detail. Some of that's in the record, but we can definitely spell that out in a specific request.
And then we just would also like the cost to extend the life of Mill Creek 2 past 2031, a breakdown of those costs.
Correct, we can summarize those similarly.
And now I'm looking at the stipulation section 4.4.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could provide the base rate amount of stay open cost for Mill Creek 2?
Did you say base?
Yes, the base rate amount.
So as evaluated, we put in the record, I believe, 72 million of CapEx that would be required, and we would consider those to be incremental. And then if we have a base rate case in front of the commission today that post 27, it would be contemplated there'd be no Mill Creek 2 costs, so it'd be retired. So I guess if you're looking at incremental by definition, you know, the operating cost of Mill Creek 2 would be incremental.
And now I'm looking at the stipulation testimony at page 11, lines 15 through 17. I was just wondering if you could provide a discussion of the timeline and steps that LG&E must take to obtain the necessary environmental permits necessary for the Mill Creek 2 life extension from both the EPA and from Louisville Metro. And if it's easier, that could be a post-hearing data request.
It's in the record, but we can summarize it in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
I will highlight one of the keys is in our current Mill Creek 5, Title 5 operating permit, it mentions that Mill Creek 2 is going to be retired. We would just need to receive approval to remove that notation, if you will.
And do you know if you have an estimate of the costs associated with obtaining all the necessary permitting approvals?
Mr. Ember could provide a cost. That I know there is a study that we have to commission with respect to 316B water regulations. So if you want to inquire of that, Mr. Ember would be more familiar with the cost. Generally, it will be internal company labor, which would be de minimis, but I do know there's at least a study that it's possible that we need to have done outside the company.
And now moving to Brown 12. So in LG&E KU's response to, I believe, RDR1 at 103, it states, whether Brown 3 retires in 2035 does not affect the need for the facilities for which the company is requesting certificates of public convenience and necessity in this proceeding. Is it your position that the need for Brown 12 is based on the load forecast and not retirements?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think the Brown 3 unit retirement would affect the need for other facilities such as the Mill Creek 6 unit?
No.
Then I'm looking at LG&E KU's response to staff's first request, item 35E. I was wondering if you could confirm that LG&E KU has selected a natural gas supplier and whether that will be Texas Eastern Pipeline or Tennessee Gas Interstate Pipeline.
I'm not aware that we've made a selection at this point. Mr. Schramm would be able to give you the up-to-date communications we've had with those two entities, but we haven't made a commitment as of yet.
Okay. And now I'm going to refer to the stipulation agreement at 2.1. I was wondering if you could explain what makes Mill Creek 6 unique compared to the other capital projects, to the extent that it warrants a cost recovery mechanism.
So, again, we've talked about the cost recovery mechanism as contemplated in the stipulation as being somewhat unique, some of the attributes. We've talked about the company's stated preference that a mechanism would not necessarily be unique, and it would, a generation cost recovery mechanism would apply to all. So if I understand your question, my answer would be because it was the result of a stipulation as to why it would only apply to Mill Creek 6. The company's broader preference, if we had a cost recovery mechanism, that it would apply to all new generation.
Are the companies going to seek a cost recovery mechanism for Brown 12?
We don't have any plans that I'm aware of to make that request to the commission. I will caveat that with the AFUDC requests and other things that are already part of the record that you're already aware of.
And could you explain why LG&E would recover costs through adjustment clause Mill Creek 6 from its in-service date through Mill Creek 6 retirement rather than in service until its next rate case?
Again, that was part of the stipulation and what was agreed to in that context. Our ECR, as you know, has a plan elimination component to it and would be different in that regard to the proposed Mill Creek 6 mechanism. The other aspect of that is a general benefit is you have a declining rate base for that asset, and it would be reflected through the life of the project. Whereas when you put it in base rates, the asset base is frozen until the next base rate case.
And could you explain why the offsetting revenues only consist of maximum load charge revenue from the rate EHLF customers and eligible data center customers?
So again, one of the considerations of the stipulation is to have a certain set of protections for customers, and that was a product of back and forth where we landed on it being the ELHF tariff and other similarly situated but smaller in terms of megawatt or MVA load customers.
In regards to the filing of EHLF service agreements, where do the companies anticipate filing these?
We would file them with the commission, and Mr. Conroy can explain exactly how that would occur.
Okay. And in regards to those types of questions and related to filings, would those be better suited for Mr. Conroy generally?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking at the stipulation testimony, page 9, lines 1 through 17. Could you explain the purpose of the 50 to 100 MVA limitation for eligible data centers?
Correct. It relates to what I said a moment ago. As part of the overall discussion, ELHF only applies, as proposed again in the rate case, EHLF, sorry, applies to loads of 100 MVA or above, and so we wanted to have in the stipulation recognition that customers could fall below that threshold of 100 and wanted to capture those revenues also as outlined here between 50 MVA and 100 MVA. So it was really just that broader concept of wanting to capture offsets to the Mill Creek 6 mechanism.
If adjustment clause Mill Creek 6 is applicable to LG&E's service territory only, and a data center were to locate in KU service territory, could that data center rely on the capacity of Mill Creek 6?
So to answer your question maybe a little more straightforward. So if that data center came after Mill Creek 6 was in service, and after Mill Creek 6 was in our current construct, let's say assigned to LG&E rate base, from our economic dispatch and all that goes along with that, it's possible that all resources be used to serve that load. In the case of large data center load being placed in service well before Mill Creek 6 and those relative ownership shares between KU and LG&E came about, then that will be an opportunity to reassess those ownership shares if the conditions change materially from what's represented in the case.
And I'm looking at 1.3, which is the cost recovery review metrics for Mill Creek 6. Could you explain whether the cost recovery review also applies through costs that would flow through the proposed Mill Creek 6 adjustment clause?
Yes, if the companies were unable to meet the prudency standard for Mill Creek 6, obviously at the Commission's discretion, that would have could have impact on the Mill Creek 6 recovery mechanism. The Commission would retain that discretion.
So this is still kind of related to 1.3. So I know in your rebuttal testimony you stated, although we remain confident in our forecast of data center load, we're equally confident that we can proceed with flexible options and productively use any capacity constructed that data center or other native load customers do not require. And I know 1.3 you kind of mentioned some of those options, but I was wondering if you could just kind of walk us through the additional options that LG&E KU have in using any capacity that is constructed.
So maybe helpful to talk about the ones here and then perhaps others. So we could increase our all-system sales. We talk about acquisition of municipal load. There are municipals that operate within the LG&E and KU control area that do not source their power from the utilities. They did in the past, as many of you would know.
You would work something out, right? I mean, you might say, okay, in the national income.
We talk about replacing the lost capacity of our Ohio Valley Electric Corporation's coal plant use. That's a long-term contract that we have. Selling to other data centers, and we go on and augment that with the next section, or selling part of Mill Creek 6. That's a fairly exhaustive list, but we're not saying it's the only ones because we don't know what could happen. But sitting here today, those are what I would say is a pretty good list of the things that we could do to offset, any impact should the load not show up.
And I know in that section you mentioned OVEC and its retirement of its coal plants. Do you know whether OVEC has plans to retire any of those?
Yeah, OVEC does not at this point have retirement plans. Our interconnected power agreement goes through 2040, but those units are older and could be subject to mechanical issues or future environmental issues, and that's the reason it was put on the list.
Okay. And do you think as a post-hearing data request you could provide a breakdown of the age of each coal-fired plant for OVEC as well as the end of book depreciable life?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to kind of change subjects. I'm kind of going to ask questions in regards to unit reserve agreements. Could you confirm first that Mill Creek 5 will be manufactured by GE Vernova?
Mill Creek 5, yes.
Okay. And for Brown 12, LG&E KU have also entered a unit reserve agreement with GE Vernova?
For Brown 12, yes,
Yes.
correct.
Okay. And could you kind of briefly go over what services GE Vernova provides to the companies beyond supplying the power island?
So we would call that the OEM scope of supply, and so it would be the power island, the main gas turbine, the steam turbine. The heat recovery steam generator can be sourced from someone other than GE, but that would be generally part of the power island. So GE, in the context of building the unit, would provide, you know, the bulk of the power island equipment. Then at post-operation GE, we typically enter into long-term service agreements, and they would be our partner there, providing long-term maintenance on the unit for the prescribed cost profile. And that's what we assume to be the case in Mill Creek 5, which is currently being constructed, Mill Creek 6, and Brown 12.
And are there any required components for Brown 12 that GE Vernova will not supply?
For Brown 12, we have not entered into the balance of plant agreement that could have non-GE sourced in the case of the boiler, for example. So we haven't made that decision yet.
And other than that agreement, would there be any other types of agreements that the companies would have to enter into for Brown 12?
Correct. So we would have the OEM scope, and then the bigger contract would be what we would call the EPC contract, and that would be to construct the unit. And we have not entered into that contract for Brown 12 as of yet.
And could you kind of just go over the advantages of using GE Vernova for multiple natural gas combined cycle units?
Yes. One, GE is a market leader. There are only 3 manufacturers in the world that make machines of this type: GE, Vernova, Siemens, and Mitsubishi. GE was the winning and selected bidder for Mill Creek 5 as part of a solicitation we had related to the prior CPCN. And so we see the partnership as an advantage to having the same type of machine on our system for knowledge base, operability, understanding, and we see that as a big benefit. Of course, GE is a market leader again. Their machines are very reliable, have competitive heat rates, and we keep in touch with other vendors, and we continue to believe having GE and that partnership arrangement is important, particularly if you think about Mill Creek 6. You'll have a GE unit operating on site, and obviously for a variety of reasons, having a sister unit, we would call it, right beside it provides a lot of benefits from a spare parts standpoint, an inventory standpoint, the ability of our operators to understand the dynamics of the 2 units. So, and lastly, GE had availability. As you already mentioned, we entered into a reservation agreement because in part of that availability. It's called production slots, but having production slots is a very valuable attribute in today's market. There's so much competition for these machines, and only so many of them can be made, and so you have to get your place in line, and that will be another attribute of GE, is we are able to negotiate what we think is a very favorable reservation agreement for the units.
And you talked about you keep in touch with other vendors. What do those conversations look like?
So some of that we've shared in the record, and it's confidential, so I'll be very high level. So what we want to know from those vendors are, what does your production queue look like? When would you have a machine available for delivery so that we could, you know, meet our schedule for in-service dates? We keep a broad idea of their pricing. There is limited price discovery in the market, so we would look at that from each vendor. We look at any technical problems that those vendors might have had in putting these units into service, this class of the most efficient units available. We look at any production problems they may have, and try to, you know, keep up to speed on all of those type things, and who's selecting those vendors, where those machines are being installed, whether it's U.S. or international. So those are without getting into some of the information I believe we've included in the confidential section.
And for Mill Creek 6, have there been any updates on whether a unit reserve agreement has been entered into?
Mill Creek, so the latest we've heard from GE, we would expect that we would have to enter into a reservation agreement similar to Brown 12 by the beginning of the fourth quarter of this year. So it would be before the approval or denial, let's say, the decision of the commission in this case.
Okay, so like Mill Creek 5 and Brown 12, you anticipate for Mill Creek 6 to enter an agreement with GE Vernova?
Yes, before the decision in this case, yes.
And do the companies have any other agreements for securing an NGC unit besides those that are requested in this case?
Re-ask that, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. Do the companies have any other agreements for securing an NGCC unit that is not the units requested in this case?
No, LG&E and KU, no, we are only looking to procure, as in this case, a unit for installation at Mill Creek and one at Brown.
I'm just going to ask a few questions about the extremely high load factor tariff as it relates to the stipulation at 3.1. I was wondering if LG&E KU plans to seek approval to apply rate, or I'm sorry, what the timeline is for LG&E KU to seek approval to apply rate EHLF only to new customers in cases 2025, 113, and 114. So when would you anticipate making that request?
So I'll leave it to Mr. Conroy for the particulars, but it would be post the approval of the stipulation. Or if it's part of a commission order that doesn't include approval of the stipulation. But I'll leave it to Mr. Conroy to talk about how we would work that into the current proposed EHLF tariff in our base rate case today.
And then I just had a question about the TSR process. This is from both your rebuttal testimony at 7, but Mr. Bevington also discusses it, so if it's better for Mr. Bevington, just let me know.
Okay.
Could you kind of explain how the companies advise prospective customers when to submit TSR requests?
So Mr. Bevington can give you the detailed discussion. He would be involved in them. But broadly, we look at where they are in their development, whether they're ready to make some level of financial commitments. We look at our queue, if you will, of economic development projects. The unique feature, as opposed to, let's say, RTO operation or other operations, is when we submit a TSR, when we submit one on a customer's behalf as LG&E and KU, our independent transmission operator has to have generation to align with that. Those two things are linked. And so Mr. Bevington can talk more about how he has those conversations with customers, but I think that's the key thing to think about. Whereas in an RTO, the approval of transmission service requests is disconnected from generation. The generation is provided by the market. In our instance, for LG&E and KU, we're vertically integrated. We have to provide the generation and the interconnection. So we can't have more interconnection requests than we have generation to provide that service, because the ITO can't complete the necessary studies to grant or deny that request. And then Mr. Bevington can explain, how he manages that with customers and the nuance of those conversations.
Sounds good. And then for my last question, since the beginning of this case, are LG and KU proposing any changes to ownership percentages for the requested items in the stipulation?
I'm not aware of any changes that we have at this time.
Thank you, that's all I have.
So we've had a request for a break. Let's just do 10 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll come back at 3.
Sorry, was that at 3?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that's. record in case number 2025-00045 after a short break. And staff, you were finished with your cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner Wood, did you have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Dollar, thank you for your testimony today. It seems like a lifetime since 10:30 this morning when you started testifying. And so I'm going to ask you to repeat, I guess, part of the settlement that the companies had reached, and specifically in regards to the concerns about stranded assets. I guess there are, a lot of the concerns that we're hearing about. And specifically, it seemed like you said that you were going to require companies to, data center providers perhaps in particular, to provide more guarantees that they were going to bear the cost of some of this build-out. Would you please repeat that again just for my own information?
Sure. So the EHLF tariff, it's part of the rate case, but obviously part of a logical discussion point in this case.
Extremely high load
factor tariff. So it specifies, I believe the minimum load factor is 85%. The minimum load level is 100 MVA, so a very large customer that will operate almost around the clock at the same level of usage. Not exactly, but close to that. And so that particular tariff, as proposed, would have that customer, let's say they are the 525 MVA load that I used as an example. Once they sign that agreement, they'll be obligated to pay 80% of the demand charges that would go along with their 525 megawatt signed contract for 15 years. And that's there's no other comparison that we have in our current tariff structure that obligates customers to commit to that length of time or that level of payment. And as I said prior, if you make a calculation of that with a few assumptions, that customer, by virtue of signing that contract, would be obligated to pay us $1.4 billion over that 15-year period. And so that was part of the broader discussion that I mentioned that our regulatory folks had with industry and other utilities, looking at other tariffs and seeing where we could strike the balance to protect other customers from data center customers as they sign on to those tariffs. So I appreciate you're new to the commission, but it is a tariff that's much different than anything else we have.
Well, that's really my concern is, I think you said the key words after consultation with industry, and I don't know if you looked at the rules in other states or not, but does that leave Kentucky competitive, and does it leave the companies competitive with other areas, other states, and other electric providers?
Yes, as you point out, there are two sides to that coin, right? There's a protection, if I understand your question correctly, there's a protection that it provides, and that's what we focused on. But we also believe it does leave us as being competitive in the overall environment. One of the commenters this morning talked about the Ohio tariff arrangement that they had. That's one of the ones we looked at in crafting our tariff. We not only talked to industry, and Mr. Conroy can fill you in on all the details, but we also talked to data center industry groups, and so that we made sure that we're looking at both sides of that coin. We understood the protection side of it, but we also would not make Kentucky, just two double negatives. Kentucky would still be competitive in that data center environment. It was strict, but not so strict that data centers would not enter into those types of agreements.
Is that only true for the deep-pocketed data centers, or is that also true for the, I don't mean the boot out, I don't know, sort of the data center companies with lesser resources who?
So obviously the hyperscalers, everybody's familiar with how big of companies they are, but the larger of the developers, they're large companies in their own right, and one thing that might put it into perspective, while these are big numbers that we're talking about, these data centers would plan to invest, tens of billions of dollars in the original build out and then constant refresh of their technology over time. So while it is a big number, and while we call them co-locators, people that would not be a hyperscaler and trying to get other customers, not to say it's a small number for them to commit to, but in the overall scheme of their investment, it's an important piece, but it's not by far the largest piece of investment. So, and a data center of 100 megawatts above would represent considerable investment in the billions of dollars.
I know you spend a lot of time answering questions about what if, and what if this demand goes away and stranded assets and all that. And I understand that. I think that's a legitimate question because this seems to be an unknown business model. We learned in school that if you look at the companies who were top 10 or top 50 in 1940, how many of them are still left? And not many. So I don't think it's a matter of if companies got business, it's when, or when things change so much. So I appreciate your patience while we ask questions that you might not know the answer to, which is how long are these businesses going to last, and when will the demand cease? So thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Commissioner Gibb?
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you can let me know if you're not the right person. When you've met with the interveners in the stipulation agreement, has there been any community outreach meeting with members of the community?
So, by the companies, I'm not aware of any community outreach that we've done specifically with data centers. Obviously, we issued talking points and other things around our proposal. I do know in our economic development efforts, and Mr. Bevington can talk about those efforts, when we've looked at sites or when communities have come to us with sites that would be eligible for data center or any economic development load, we have conversations with them as to how, based on our experience, you should reach out to the community. Obviously, if we're developing an asset in a community, we're going to reach out to them. So Mr. Bevin can talk to you about those type of interactions that we have if an industrial site is being developed, things of that nature. We would be talking to the developers, helping them navigate the process, particularly when they're not as familiar with it as we are, as we see developments across all of our service territory.
And then in your new position, have you been in any other state discussions about data centers and what they're doing from a PPL perspective? Or
Yes. Yes, a lot of discussions in Pennsylvania related to data centers. There is a lot of interest in Pennsylvania, particularly our service territory in Pennsylvania, which sets, in a generic sense, due west of New York City and north of Philadelphia. So two very large population centers, let's say 75 miles in each direction that I just described. And so there's been a lot of discussion in Pennsylvania about data centers connecting to the PPL service territory. Of course, PPL is in an RTO. So the majority of the discussions we've had are about connecting to our transmission system, but we've also had broader discussions about the term resource adequacy and how the RTO in that case is going to provide that generation. We've had a number of discussions about that.
And do you see the same types of discussions going on state to state?
You do. In Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is further down the road with respect to data centers. You may have seen within our service territory, Amazon has announced deals with the Susquehanna nuclear plant owner, Talon Energy, to take effectively that asset out of the market and sell directly to the data center. Obviously, we're involved in that in the sense that we're the transmission provider there. So those discussions, the interconnect requests, are more advanced than they are in Kentucky. But similar questions being asked We have certain protections in our transmission tariff in Pennsylvania. Again, we don't provide generation, so we don't have the types of protections we were talking about in Kentucky for the extreme high load factor tariff, because we're only talking about transmission investments that we'd be making in Pennsylvania, not generations. But you're right. Similar discussions at different stages, though.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon.
I hope you got some water at the break. We've made you talk all day long.
Yeah.
We've talked several different times today about the additional step of the prudency review to make sure that if there's gonna be cost recovery, that even if the CPCN has been granted, that it's still gonna be a prudent build at the time that it's time to start building. And that would be done in a subsequent rate case. Is that correct? That's the way it would be done?
Correct. Subsequent rate case, or as we were discussing earlier, the ultimate authorization to, if the stipulation were accepted, implement the Mill Creek 6 cost recovery mechanism. But that's all pending approval by the commission. But broadly, it would be a base rate or other regulatory review at which cost recovery would be decided.
And you already have a rate case filed, though?
Correct,
So
but none of the expenditures for these projects would be part of that recovery, subject to Mr. Conroy explaining any capital that we might have for the initial stages.
Right.
But we would, Mr. Conroy can talk about that rate treatment.
Okay, and I can ask him some more
Sure.
detail, but I was just thinking about the timing of, we had the IRP and we tried to wall off the questions to not interfere too much with the pending CPCN and the expected rate case that came. But, so, do you anticipate this speeding up the next rate case? Like,
So,
are we gonna see that again in one more year, or?
So, Mr. Conroy can talk about rate case timing, but I'll talk generally. Without a rate recovery mechanism, and if utilities make a large investment, you would tend to have a rate case when that large asset goes into service. So we would be evaluating, in this instance, if I'm understanding your question, when Brown 12 went into service, that would be a large investment for which there's no recovery. We have that AFUDC deferral accounting during when that project's being constructed. That's part of the request. But once it goes into service, there'd be no recovery. And so that would, as we approach that point in time, we would have to understand whether or not a base rate case would be needed for that, and which right now that would be when Brown 12 goes into service.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you talked about how it takes a lot longer to build generation than it does a data center.
Correct.
And that there was a concern that if you don't get a CPCN now and start building, that data centers will never locate here.
Correct.
They can't, at least not in your territory.
Correct.
Okay, if you didn't have more generation. And you were worried that that would frustrate the General Assembly's policy to attract data centers, which they had labeled as of paramount importance. And I don't know if Kentucky's General Assembly is rethinking that at all. But some states are. They're putting moratoriums, or they're pumping the brakes a bit so as not to have a race to the bottom, and offer tax incentives and inducements to come into our state, and I guess trying to figure out whether it's worth it for that sort of economic development. Do you think that Kentucky's rethinking that paramount importance that they placed on data centers?
I have not heard any lack of support that was expressed when the regulation was passed. Of course, a lot of the other states that maybe you're referring to have large data centers already, and they've already experienced an influx of those data centers, and they're trying to see how much load they want to serve. Virginia is the classic example in that regard. But Kentucky, it's very new, as we've been discussing here, to have these larger data centers. So I'm not aware of any backing off from that incentive, because their incentive was made to produce results, and it hasn't produced any yet. So I'm not aware of any changes.
You were talking about how if we denied the CPCN requested in this case, that'd be the worst kind of certainty. I think those were your words. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, it's the chicken before the egg, or however you want to, analogy you want to use. And what we were referring to is if the request is denied, and we've talked about it here, data centers on a large scale will not locate in Kentucky. And quite frankly, other economic development load, as we've talked about, other economic development load for a lot of reasons, interest in that has increased during the progression of this case. And of course, we would be able to serve a large portion of that load. So what we were trying to say, or I was trying to say in that testimony, is the worst type of certainty in our view for the state is that we couldn't participate in economic development discussions for large data centers or large other companies if we're not allowed to provide, the generation for their needs.
I think it was in response to some questioning earlier today, but it may have been in your testimony. PPL has net zero goals, but LG and EKU does not necessarily. Am I phrasing that correctly?
Correct, and maybe I can help you with this. There's been a lot of talk in prior discussions. Of course, PPL's publicly stated have carbon reduction goals and net zero goals, and if helpful to understand it, those goals are informed by what we do in Kentucky, because Kentucky is the only place that PPL currently owns generation. Now, there are other sources of carbon emissions that fit into that, but on the larger scale, Kentucky is the only place that fits into those carbon reduction goals, or ultimately a net zero goal. And so it's informed by, those goals are informed by what we do in Kentucky, not the other way around. The goals aren't set independently, and then we in Kentucky go off to try to figure out how to comply with those. It's the other way around. What we get through these type of proceedings in Kentucky, what the commission approves our investments to be, the operation of our facilities now that we have retirement approval obligations at the commission, all that is what drives those carbon reduction goals.
Assuming a stipulation is approved that would extend the life of a coal-fired power plant and not build the battery, does that change PPL's goals then?
It potentially could, as I just stated. We've stated publicly with respect to those goals, we reassess those at the end of the year. Part of that reason is to understand what the approvals are in this proceeding. Other reasons also just timing and nature of updates of that type.
Yeah. In Kentucky, I think Louisville and Lexington are the only cities with goals like that, environmental achievement goals. I may be wrong, and I will be gladly corrected if there are other cities, but you have the two biggest cities in your territory, and they have those goals. How does that work when you have to get approval from the PSC, and we're given our marching orders by the Kentucky legislature, and then there are federal goals? How does the city's goal impact your decision?
So we're in constant conversations with the cities about their goals and ways we can help them meet their goals. If you back up and look at our broader regulatory construct and the way we decide what projects to move forward, we use a least reasonable cost standard, and we also need to comply with all environmental regulations. And so that's our construct, and I understand the root of your question is how does that overlay a city's desire to be net zero or have significantly reduced carbon emissions. And that is a dichotomy, if you will. And we do talk to the cities. We have programs where if the cities want to, they could enter into, we call it Green Tariff Option 3. They could enter into purchase power agreements that could come as a premium to the rates that they're paying now, or not, but they could, and they could enter into those agreements. We talk with them about that on
For the city's power.
The city's power,
Okay.
on a consistent basis, and whether or not they would be interested in that arrangement, and whether or not their particular loads would apply to our authority, or we should seek authority to have those loads apply to that. So those are the type of discussions, and Mr. Bevington's team is involved in that as part of his, you know, the things that his employees look at and conversations that we have in that regard. But you're correct in pointing out there's a natural tension there between the overall objective function that we operate off of and those individual goals.
And some states have green energy mandates.
Correct.
North Carolina has green energy mandates, but Kentucky doesn't.
Correct.
We have maybe the opposite of that in a lot of ways.
Correct, and you know, again, we try to comply with all the direction of the legislature, the commission, and comply with all the environmental rules and do that in the lowest reasonable cost.
Well, that sounds easy. Okay. A lot of the things I was going to ask have already been asked today, so that's good. What is the status of the RFP that you put out in '24? With, I think, 165 potential respondents, or is there somebody better that I should ask that question to?
Chuck Schramm could be able to answer the particulars of that, but I can say, to my knowledge, we didn't receive any responses that we plan to execute agreements on, but Mr. Schramm can give you an explanation of the character of the responses received and how we looked at those.
I did have some questions about the ownership percentages. You had indicated, I think in response to some of staff questions, that the ownership percentages may need to shift. How would that happen? You'd have to apply for permission from PSC to transfer that ownership, or?
So I would leave it to Mr. Conroy to give you the particulars, but obviously those percentages have historically been provided to the commission. They've been part of how we account for the ownership of those assets on the books and records of the company. And so if they were to change based on circumstances that we talked about, data centers developing in KU in a large proportion, and maybe not in a large proportion in LG&E, then that would be something we'd have to bring to the commission, because it would change the way we account for those assets.
We think of LG&E, KU interchangeably so much, but not the same company, not the same territory, different percentages of ownerships or 100% ownerships of assets. There's not a question in that. That's just a comment. But
You're correct.
Wondering how we check, how that
You're
gets
correct.
changed. I'll ask you a few questions now that we heard from public comments. Because we tell people when you get public comments, sometimes, the commissioners may ask some questions from those, and so I like to do that when I get a chance. One of the people who testified this morning talked about this DSM program that had ended. Did you understand what she was talking about? that they got a new heat pump and they needed to hook some equipment back up. Do you know what that was?
So I'll give you a high-level answer. Ms. Isaacson can tell you the very particulars, her responsibility to manage those programs. The companies have had a long-standing, I call it air conditioning control program, and some of the equipment that we'd installed in the past is obsolete now, and if a customer has that equipment, and Ms. Isaac can explain practically how this works, but in a general sense, there would be other programs today that would have more modern equipment as part of that installation. Some of that modernization is our ability to communicate with that equipment. As you can imagine, has grown over the years. And if you had an old device on your air conditioner, we would want a different character of a program, whether it's a device or whether it's a smart thermostat, and we have different programs today. So Ms. Isaacson can walk you through the very particulars of that. But if that customer wanted to reach out to anybody at the company, she could reach out to me, and we could get her in contact with folks so that she would know what our new program options are.
Yeah. Commissioner, I'm going to ask you about whether you'd done any community outreach, and community came to you in this case. I mean, we had heavy participation in the comment hearing, public comment hearings. How could you better communicate with them about these DSM programs and the energy efficiency programs to eliminate some of that confusion? Is that something you're talking about?
Yes, we obviously have an advertising budget that goes along with that, and Ms. Isaac can talk about the components of that. We're constantly trying to get the information out, particularly we're about finished with our AMI deployment. I think we have less than 10,000 meters out of 1.3 million that we've installed. So that's another opportunity to reach out to our customers once we have AMI meter data that provides different options. I know we have and this is talking about our base rate case, we have a prepay request in the current rate case. We know that's of interest to a lot of customers, but a valid point. We can always communicate more, but we definitely try to get the word out on all of our DSM programs so our customers can take advantage of it, because as you're aware, in the proceedings that have those as an attribute, there's a lot of discussion around those programs also.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Anything further from commissioners?
I think, just a comment, as the chair was saying, one of the things we heard in the public hearings was that there were a lot of questions that were addressed to LG and EKU, and no one was getting any responses back or answers. So I just say that, you know, with a project this big, community engagement is really, really important. And so we did hear a lot of that in those public hearings.
Sure. And so, just so I understand the concern, and we can take that back, is, and I know we have representatives at the meetings too, but from your perspective and your view on that, were those questions about our assets that we want to construct, or data centers, or both?
All the above.
All the above,
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I think the commission would appreciate our communications around data centers only go so far.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the data centers themselves need to have those attributes too. But a fair comment that we can go back and think about how we can talk more about our investments, more about what data centers bring to the community. You know, we're not picking winners and losers as a utility. We want to serve anybody that wants to come to our service territory, but it's a fair point that, and I heard it this morning, data centers are new. You asked the question about our company's experience. We're definitely attuned to that environment, but for some of our customers, I appreciate it's a very new type of load, type of usage of electricity that at the scale that we're talking about it is definitely different. So I appreciate the point.
Yeah, and maybe we need to think how we do public hearings, because I think there was some thought that LG&E wasn't present, which you all were. So maybe we can think about how we present public hearings for these data centers going forward.
Yes, and your point is valid. Historically, we participate, but we don't
Right.
verbalize anything and create a back and forth, and that is a challenge for the structure of those hearings that we're happy to enter into discussions with the commission on a broader scale for sure.
I thought of one more. Is there assurance you can give your customers that data centers will have this EHLF tariff or not get service?
Yes, if that tariff is approved and a data center comes that's 100 MVA or above, that's the conditions of the request, it can be changed, it's the request, then they will have to take service under that tariff if they present and fall into those requirements. The high level is 100 MVA, 85% load factor, and they meet the other requirements of that tariff. They will have to take service under that tariff to come on our system.
Gotcha. Okay. Reader.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Beller, Chair Hatton was asking you some questions about the stances different states might be taking on attracting data centers. Do you recall, was it in 2024 that the General Assembly passed legislation that through tax incentives sought to attract data centers to Kentucky? Is my timing right on that, 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember in that 2024 legislation whether there was any geographic limitation to the location of data centers that were sought to be attracted through that legislation?
At that point, it was Jefferson County only.
Do you know whether the General Assembly has passed any subsequent modification to that 2024 legislation that affects that geographic territory?
Yes, in the most recent session, it expanded to all the counties in the state.
I have a few follow-up questions on some of the items Mr. Gary was discussing with you. The first one is on the low load forecast that exists in the resource assessment that was part of the company's IRP case. Do you remember those questions Mr. Gary was asking?
Yes.
That low load forecast, and that's, as he correctly cited to you, it's on table 7 of that resource assessment. In that low load forecast scenario, do you remember what the assumptions were made about economic development over the 15-year horizon set forth in that table?
Yeah, fundamentally, there was no economic development during that period of any significance.
So assume no economic development whatsoever for the next 15 years?
Correct.
As you sit here today, do you think that assumption is realistic?
No, and we talked a bit about that in testimony and answering those, the probability of that developing.
Mr. Gary also asked you some questions about any delays in approving capital projects in general, and he talked about the effect on shareholders of delaying those capital investments. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Specifically for Mill Creek 6, if there is a delay in approving Mill Creek 6, is there a danger that the companies would be unable to procure gas supply for that facility?
Yes, Mr. Schramm addresses the situation there with respect to Texas Gas. Texas Gas is the gas pipeline provider in which we're connected to at our Mill Creek station. And on the natural gas side, when we build baseload generation, we also acquire firm gas transport. That's not the molecules, but the ability to move gas through the assets, in this case, of Texas Gas. Texas Gas has a project that they're looking for interest in now. It's called Project Borealis, nice name. And they're trying to determine how to size that project, and if expressions of interest have been requested. And if we are not able to enter into contracts, our needs won't be reflected in the scoping of that project. And it's our understanding, and Mr. Schramm can fill everyone in on the details, that that project will close. It'll be sized at a certain level, and if we have a delay at Mill Creek 6, our needs won't be in that, and it could be a number of years before another project of this similar nature comes in that would satisfy what we need to operate an incremental generation unit at Mill Creek.
Okay. Thank you. Another question on what happens when capital projects get delayed. You were a witness in the company's last CPCN case, which was the 2022-402 case. You remember that case, Mr. Ballard?
Yes.
And do you remember that the Brown 12 NGCC that is being proposed in this case was also proposed in that case?
Yes.
And can you summarize the commission's decision in that 2022 case with respect to Brown 12?
With respect to Brown 12, the CPCN to construct it for an in-service of 2028 was denied, and suggested that that be delayed 2 years until a mid-2030 in-service.
And so 2 years later, here we are, you propose Brown 12 in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And so do you remember that at the conclusion of that 2022 case, and this is in Mr. Tummons' rebuttal testimony in this case, that the estimate for construction for Brown 12 was approximately $989 million?
Yes.
Recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall now that 2 years later, for the construction of the exact same facility, the cost of Brown 12 is estimated to be $1.383 billion? Is that right?
Yes.
So the effect of that 2-year delay has been significant in terms of cost. Is that right?
Yes. Costs increased, well above inflation for delaying the construction by 2 years.
And is that prospect of continuing cost increases one of the reasons why the companies feel like it's critical for Brown 12, along with Mill Creek 6, to be approved now rather than any deferral or delays?
Yes, and we had a discussion about the requirement to have reservation agreements now and obtain those production slots and contract for that construction. And we continue to see large interest in these machines, both domestically and globally, and so we have every reason to believe those costs will continue to go up.
Last question. What kind of message do you think it would send to data centers, data center developers, and normal economic development folks if a decision on the resources in this case is delayed or deferred?
So we've talked about it broadly. It would, we would not be able as LG&E and KU to serve them. And so with respect to our service territory, we wouldn't be open for business in terms of economic development.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Just a couple of quick follow-ups specifically regarding the questions about the low load forecast from the 2024 IRP. And maybe Mr. Jones can fill us in a bit more. He's the one who his group, sorry, is the one that conducted that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But generally, as I recall it, the low load forecast, and embedded in all of them, the companies use a statistically adjusted end use model, right? An SAE Does that ring a bell?
Correct, and other inputs, but yes.
And that SAE has historic trends as far as economic development and things like that built into it already, right?
I would leave that to Mr. Jones
Okay,
to
we can follow up with
answer.
Mr. Jones then.
Yes.
But just with regards to what that low load forecast showed, absent at least the economic development here, we'll set aside, we can follow up with Mr. Jones about what's embedded in that forecast. The data center load and other economic development, large economic developments here, the companies showed that with the resources that were approved and the retirements in 2022, 402, they would in fact have excess capacity by 2032.
Correct,
If that
yeah.
low load were to come to pass.
Correct, because, and Mr. Jones can provide details, that forecast assumed a number of things, some of which, for example, it assumed low EV penetration, so biasing load lower. It assumed high solar, rooftop solar installations, which would bias load lower. So it was designed to evaluate a scenario that had, if you will, every broader event that could occur, reducing the amount of energy that our customers would need in that instance. And Mr. Jones can fill you in on the nuance of all those details and how we came up with those assumptions.
But as far as the biggest difference between the low and the most likely scenario in that IRP, it was the 1,000 megawatts of data center load. That was the most significant difference between the two, right?
That was a very big difference, and Mr. Jones can enumerate those other things I talked about, how they affected. I wouldn't say they were insignificant, but obviously the 1,000 megawatts are I don't recall exactly the megawatts in the base scenario, but for economic development was a key difference, yes.
Okay. And to be clear, in 2022, when the companies applied, there wasn't any anticipation of data center load coming. In that previous CPCN that the companies applied for, there was no forecast that included data center load coming at that time, right?
Mr. Wilson can confirm, but I will say no significant data center load like we've been talking about here, but I wouldn't recall all the attributes that made up that forecast.
And with the resources approved by the commission, including Mill Creek 5 and the retirement of Mill Creek 1 and 2, but without Brown 12, that forecast showed the companies would have had excess capacity, right?
As reflected in the IRP, I would have to think about the prior CPCN case is different than the IRP.
Sure. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Mendez?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Staff?
I know you're on.
Okay. Anything else from the commissioners? Okay. Is this your lead witness?
Yes.
All right. Well, so I can't excuse you. I'm sorry about that, but I
No,
can.
that's fair.
I can let you leave the stand. All right. So you're excused for today. And we were going to stop at 4:30. I think might as well go ahead instead of starting another lengthy witness. Come back and get ready to go Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.